On the docket, the petitioner of South Coast AQMD versus Browning Ferris Industries of California, Inc., a California corporation, DBA Sunshine Canyon Landfill. Case number is 3448-18. So at this time, I would like to mark all exhibits. So just for the record, there are no objections from the petitioner or the respondent. I'd like to submit a evidentiary trail of public exhibits titled 3448-18, and it's P1 through P29. P1 through P.
At the back.
32.
Okay.
Sheet he just gave.
There we go. I never received that. Okay, no problem. P1, this is why it's teamwork. It's like a lot of brains up here, smart people. All right, so we have P1 through P32, P1 through P32. We're gonna waive calling off each and every name, but it will be included within the record as well as the minutes of today's hearing. All right. Who do we have representing the petitioner?
This is Daphne Sue for the Executive Officer.
Good morning, Board. Nicholas Sanchez on behalf of the Executive Officer.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the hearing board. My name is Tom Bruin, and I'm representing Browning Ferris Industries of California, Inc., the respondent.
Spell your last name, please.
Bruen.
All right. I rarely see you here, Mr. Sanchez. I was almost shocked when I heard your voice. All right, Ms. Sue, any additional exhibits so we can mark them?
Yes, they should be at your desk already. There are 3 documents. And the first one is a chart. It says odor complaints on the top. Are we numbers or letters?
Your numbers.
Okay, if that could be number 1. And the other one, the next one is the monthly report. That could be number 2. And the third one is a PowerPoint presentation.
Okay, so the exhibit number 2 is the document titled Odor Complaints Reported. This document here, correct?
That would be number 1.
Okay, very well.
Thank you.
Okay, and then the odor complaints are number 2.
The monthly report number 2 and the PowerPoint number 3.
Okay, very well. And we have copies of the PowerPoint? We have copies of the PowerPoint?
Yes, I handed them out. Yes.
Yeah, just want to make sure for the record, you have a copy? Yes. Okay, very well. And then Mr. Bruin, you have a copy as well?
I do, Mr. Chair, thank you. And we have no objection to exhibits 1 through 3 being admitted in evidence. With respect to P1 through 32, my understanding is they're coming in as public comment since they're not subject to cross-examination.
Right, so these will be public exhibits and they are general public comments. So these are not categorized or titled as evidentiary testimony.
Thank you.
Yes, the district's exhibits were in fact entered. And so you have no exhibits, sir?
I do not, thank you.
Ms. Sue?
We did previously submit the stipulated proposed order. I don't know if you wanted to number that as well.
Yeah, so we'll mark that as number 4. Okay, very well. And so before we proceed forward, just for the record, do we have any individuals online? Okay. Okay, a couple of hands just went up. So what we'll do is we're going to allow Mr. Pearman to provide an oral report relative to the pre-hearing conference, which was held last week.
So we did have a preliminary hearing conference on the 14th, attended by Ms. Sue and Mr. Bruin. And we just discussed the potential order of witnesses, et cetera. Each side thought they'd have no more than 2 witnesses each. And we discussed that Tentatively, we'd have public comment admitted first, and then opening by the parties of council, and then there's public testimony by people who want to be sworn in and subject to cross-examination before the district actually puts its case in chief on. Thank you.
All right, any questions of the gentleman? All right. So at this point, sir?
Is it possible just to ask, if we want our versus public comment versus public testimony? It seems like the public testimony, carries more weight for the board.
No, the code is very clear with respect to how it's measured. So hold on one second. Let me hold this down. All right. All right, so we're gonna call for general public comment. This is non-evidentiary testimony. Okay. I'm gonna call your name. You come to the microphone and say whatever you like. Talk about my head, the weather, doesn't matter. This is non-evidentiary testimony. You will not be subject to cross-examination. So we have folks online who are interested in providing just general public comment. Okay. So why don't we call that individual's name? Why don't you state your name for the record? And then we'll add 2 minutes on the clock. 2 minutes on the clock for general public comment. Okay, the individual online, can you unmute yourself and provide your general public comment?
I have a question. Is this general comment about the abatement order or just general? It's
Well, the law
unclear.
allows for individuals of the public to have an opportunity to redress government, and that's what this section is. You can talk about the abatement order, you can talk about whatever you so desire.
Okay, I want to talk about the abatement order.
Not a problem.
Thank you.
2 minutes on the clock.
Okay, thank you for holding this abatement hearing. My name is Patty Glick, Glueck. As a resident of the North San Fernando Valley, I was horrified to learn that landfill located downwind from several homes, schools, parks, and an important water reservoir have been receiving a large number of odor complaints that have resulted in the AQMD issuing numerous notices of violations. Between the 2016 abatement order and last month, there's been more than 17,000 complaints with 391 notices of violation issued. Just last week, it was reported that there's been 139 complaints with 3 public nuisance violations in the first 2 weeks of this month. Each time there's strong odors reported. This means that children can't play on their school playgrounds or families can't enjoy a day at a nearby park. Residents must close their windows to avoid the sour odors from entering their homes. It should seem obvious that Browning Ferris has not done a decent job in containing odors that vastly impact people. And in addition to these odors, I'm concerned that these emissions may contain harmful chemicals. I would like any abatement order to include independent air quality monitoring to measure chemicals such as hydrogen sulfide, ammonia, benzene, and other VOCs. I would also suggest a true health study and not just a risk assessment be conducted. Both of these actions should be funded by the operator of Sunshine. I implore the hearing board to issue an abatement order for remedying nuisance problems caused by the facility. Thank you.
Thank you. Next individual providing general public comment.
Good morning. My name is Jesse Lorenzo, Lorenzo. Thank you for hosting this meeting. Unfortunately, I don't have the statistics to support it as the prior speaker, but just wanted to express the amount of concern as a resident. Been living just south of the landfill for over 11 years and drastically worse as the years have progressed. And it's concerning to say the least. It seems like the behaviors or whatever actions are being taken are modest at best. There's practices where now it almost appears as if the odors get progressively, stronger in the evening hours when folks are less likely to be awake and file complaints. So I would have to suspect that the numbers, aren't fully touting the reality of the situation. But again, just want to express concern and appreciate you hosting the opportunity for us to speak out as residents. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, general public comment.
Yes, good morning. I'm Jane Williams, the Executive Director of California Communities Against Toxics, and I've worked on a number of air pollution sources in the South Coast Basin for over 3 decades. And firstly, I want to thank the hearing board members. You guys are just doing a fantastic job and knocking it out of the park on a lot of really difficult issues, and I just so much appreciate your participation. The Sunshine Canyon landfill it's a very large landfill. It's treating massive amounts of gas through its flaring systems and clearly having a very difficult time with its fugitive emissions. And what I want to encourage the hearing board to be thinking about over the next 2 days is it's still extraordinarily difficult to find information about this landfill. And it would be really a fantastic service if we had a dashboard where you could see, like, how often are the flares going down? How often are people complaining about the landfill? What's going on with the monitoring wells? What is happening with all these things that these various regulatory agencies can see, but the public cannot. Nor can people who care about the landfill that are elected officials or public health officials. So I want to encourage the board to maybe think about adopting that. We sort of have that at Chiquita now, and I know the board's been very, very active in the Chiquita Canyon landfill. We have a lot more information on Chiquita, and that helps us manage the impacts from the landfill to the local community. It helps us manage it better. I also want to talk about the fence line monitoring that's happening at Chiquita and suggest that we might want to think about a fence line monitoring protocol as well for Sunshine Canyon. We can see that the emissions are even though the landfill is closed, even though the working phase is no longer operational, we can see that the emissions have not gone down. And so we can see that there's still some major problem at Chiquita that is unexplained.
Thank you. Next speaker. Next speaker.
Hi. Yes, good morning. My name is Christine Sahai, and I'm a Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. The floor is yours, ma'am.
All right. So, hey, my name is Christine Sahai. I'm a mother of 2 daughters who attended local schools just a few miles away from Sunshine Canyon. And I'm here today because I want to speak to the consequences of Sunshine Canyon's repeated violations that impact and harm my health and my quality of life and my family's quality of life. We're experiencing real health concerns. My 8-year-old daughter suffers from frequent nosebleeds. My 11-year-old daughter is constantly congested, and we have 2 asthmatics in the family. Both daughters have been put on inclement weather schedules at school, not because of rain or heat, but because the air is too foul to breathe. My older daughter runs laps in middle schools, breathing polluted air whilst exercising, and I can't help but wonder what's it doing to her growing lungs. We can't even enjoy our backyard without having the stench. Sunshine Canyon has received over 17,000 complaints and 376 notices of violation. Nothing has changed. They continue to profit while families like mine in the neighborhood suffer. There is no incentive for Sunshine Canyon to fix their operations. We need real accountability. And I urge South Coast AQMD to enforce upgrades to the infrastructure with tested, proven, and lasting mitigation measures, not just temporary fixes. Enhanced monitoring using advanced technology, increasing surface and fence line checks, like the previous speaker said. Implement escalating fines. As a finance professional, I know that making Sunshine Canyon pay for the damage they cause is the only way to create meaningful change. Reduce daily tonnage and operating hours, and mandate public reporting, again mentioned by previous speakers. This is not an odor complaint. This is a health issue, and we've been there before with Aliso Canyon, and we've been there before with Chiquita Canyon. It was always just odors, right? Until it wasn't, and health was impacted by all these communities as it is with ours. So act now. You have the power and responsibility.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, my name is Kwesi Day. DEI is my last name. We moved to Granada Hills during the pandemic in 2020. We bought a lovely house and thought we were going to grow our family there. We had, at that time, we had just one child. Our son, who's now 5, was constantly sick for the first 4 years of his life, and doctors couldn't find anything. They couldn't find anything wrong. I just know that every time our son went outside and those odors, he would come inside and be really sick. We finally, after being there for 4 years, had to move. We just moved out of our dream home because we can't risk our son being sick anymore. We have a lot of friends who are in the neighborhood. We love the neighborhood. But this is ridiculous. I don't know what needs to be done at this point for somebody to just pay attention. There are so many children. During the pandemic, if you look at the statistics, there's a bunch of young families that moved into the Granada Hills area. Almost every single one of them are complaining about this, and I don't know what it's going to take. But 17,000 complaints later, something needs to be done, like as soon as possible. You're risking the lives of our children. You are risking the lives of our children. Forget the money that we have to spend to take care of our children's health. You're risking our children's health. And that is completely unacceptable. For those of you who are in charge, you know very well that if this were your kids, you would do everything in your power to help them. This is our future. Please take care of this immediately. Thank you.
Next speaker. General public comment. Next speaker.
Hello, can you hear me?
Oh, there you go.
Hi, this is Cynthia Peterson. I live in Granada Hills, a little short of under 2 miles. We bought our house in 2022 and we were unaware that the landfill was this close by, and we had renovated our house into our dream house that we hope to see our beautiful 2 children grow up in. Unfortunately, after 6 months of living, the smells became worse and worse and worse. Going to the local elementary school, Van Gogh, we have now pulled him out of the school, and now he goes down the street to Balboa where he cannot smell the smells. I remember many days taking him down to Van Gogh, hoping that we would have the future of walking and riding our bikes to school, and all of those dreams have been crushed. There were days where they couldn't even play outside, all the children at the Van Gogh elementary school. And now we are having to pay for private school. We were hoping to save all that money and enroll him at the elementary school, which is a rated good elementary school. Other than that, we have to make sure we don't plan birthday parties and other hosting events at our new, beautifully renovated house, because we're embarrassed to have our friends over because it smells so bad. I moved in this neighborhood intended to hike and work on my personal well-being and health. And I can't, and the only hours I can do that is in the morning because I have to work and tend to the children. And I can't even exercise at the beautiful park right here because it smells so bad. We're just, we know that the landfill most likely can't completely shut down, but it
I would ask that everyone would please silence your cell phones. Next speaker. All right, that's it. So we're going to move to the cards that I have. So I want to be clear. Please comport yourselves. We know what we're doing. All right, thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, My name is Lauren Stoller, and I live in Granada Hills as well. Sunshine Canyon landfill is extremely close to our house and all these people's houses. And I feel very out of touch with what is actually happening, transparency-wise, with emissions and monitoring and what is actually going to affect our health. And no one is doing anything to help us figure out what's going on. I'm doing all I can to research and be on top of it, but we have no information on what is leaking since this toxic waste has started being brought into our backyard, almost quite literally. And I agree that we need the use of new technology for fence line monitoring to help us understand what is going on here and how it's impacting us and our health for the future of our children. I'm a mom of two small kids, and now the more I'm learning about this landfill, I truly am completely consumed by it. It's all I think about is how I can get my kids away from this, and we're considering moving out of the neighborhood just to escape these potential health risks that could affect my children's lives for the rest of their lives. And only because of this landfill. It's like life impacting, quite literally. Every single day it impacts us. Like, this is insane. Please help us make this situation livable.
Thank you. Another speaker on the line?
Hi, my name is Nura Hindi Sahayed. I am a resident of Granada Hills. I've been there since 2012. This has impacted my life quite significantly. I wake up every morning. The first thing I do is actually kind of sniff out my window to see exactly how this is, how the day will go. If I can go for a walk, if I can take my dog for a walk, how the day will progress. I'm not able to actually, I have a family, and my family is not able to build deeper roots into the community because we don't know what the impact of this landfill is going to be on us in the long term. And the anxiety, as the previous speaker talked about, quite intense. The impact on your physical health and your mental health on an hourly basis is quite intense, and having to actually call AQMD multiple times, sometimes a day, impacts your daily life. So that's how it's impacted my life. In terms of what I would love to see, I would love to understand what are the odors that I'm smelling. I don't know what's in the air. I also want to make sure that this doesn't become another Chiquita Canyon. I don't know what is in the debris that's there, what's happening under that debris. We need to understand that as a community so that we don't have a disaster as we have in Chiquita Canyon. And if we can prevent it, that would be something we really need to do. And in some cases in this board's hand to help us do that. But in terms of eliminating odors as soon as possible, I would say that reduction in tonnage, a reduction in hours was helpful before. It should be helpful now, and that the measures that we have right now in the abatement just don't go far enough, and would ask for your help to really make it as aggressive as possible to get this under control.
Any additional speakers? Okay, so we're moving to individuals who are present in front of us. Eric Ferriman. Did I mispronounce the last name?
I just had the question.
So you come right here to the microphone, please. State your name for the record.
My name is Eric Pfefferman.
There we go.
My name is Eric Pfefferman. I just had a question, Mr. Chair, just about, this was my question earlier, was just, should I, the testimony portion that happens later, should I wait to speak then so that it has more bearing on the proceedings, or should I speak now? I just want to know which one.
I would encourage you to just testify, because if you're testifying, you can speak now and then come back and testify.
Okay.
The difference is you're subject to cross-examination.
Sure.
On the test, as you would, I'd administer the oath, you'd accept it, and then of course you'd be subject to cross-examination.
Yes.
But you're more than free and more than willing to say whatever you like to say now, and then come back and piggyback on it during testimony. We're going to take testimony after the opening arguments, so that there's something for which individuals can react to. So if you want to speak now or come back, I would assume We may take testimony about an hour and a half, 2 hours from now.
Okay, so then should I'll wait, that just, if it has more bearing on what you all end up deciding, I guess I would rather take that opportunity then, if that, I just want to make sure, just since took a day off work, drove all the way out
I'm
here,
with
that
you,
it,
but listen,
yeah,
I want you to know,
yeah,
I am not gonna tell you, you cannot talk right now.
sure,
I want to make sure we all here
yeah,
have all these witnesses.
yes,
You can say whatever you want to say right now, and I'll call you back to testify. You can do both of them.
I can do both.
Absolutely.
Okay, then I'll start now. I'm one of the leaders of a group in called Protect North San Fernando Valley, and I was told that we can, if you represent yourself as that, you can get 4 minutes to speak. Is that correct?
No, I'm not for sure about that.
Okay, well then maybe I'll just start now, and if I get cut off, then I can finish what I'm saying during the testimony. Then
Absolutely.
does that sound like?
Absolutely, not a problem.
Okay. All right, then here we go. Members of the board, first of all, I personally want to thank you for your service. You serve a vital role here. Back in 2017, we moved into the neighborhood knowing some of the history with the Sunshine Canyon landfill, and we're reassured that both the recent class action settlement and AQMD order for abatement would keep the facility in compliance. Then during the pandemic, the stench our neighbors warned us about returned. As the frequency of the landfill smells increased, so did my inhaler usage. I've been an asthmatic since infancy, but this was the first time in my life that asthma attacks resulted in me coughing blood. Things continued to deteriorate, and when our 4-year-old began attending TK at our home school, Van Gogh Charter, he started having terrible reactions to common childhood illnesses, indicating his immune system had been suppressed. Between January and April of 2023, my son's pediatrician prescribed 5 courses of antibiotics to control respiratory illnesses and double ear infections. When he regained enough strength to return to class, the stench had grown so strong we could no longer walk to his school. I would end up driving him, and sometimes when we arrived, the principal wouldn't allow the kids to line up outdoors because the stench was so intense. Without a cloud in the sky, she cited inclement weather, and the kids had to retreat indoors. These issues at Van Gogh persisted the next year in kindergarten, and with no relief in sight, we had to pull our son from his friends and enroll him at another LAUSD school miles away. While my son can no longer attend his neighborhood elementary school, he still lives a mile from Sunshine Canyon and continues to have a recurring nightmare that we've lost our home and he has to live inside the landfill. This negligent facility has literally become the boogeyman to our 7-year-old. Meanwhile, not only are the regulatory agencies and leaders meant to protect public health looking the other way, they're actively abetting a Fortune 500 company in condemning our neighborhood, making it uninhabitable. Also, BFI Republic can further increase profits and reward shareholders. Over the past 2 years, my wife has developed a chronic barking cough for which she has been prescribed cough suppressants and steroids. One recent morning, the stench was so intense, she had to run to the car with our 7-year-old.
Oh, sir, yeah, unfortunately, that's your time.
I'm
So we'll call you back for testimony.
okay.
All right, Daniel, is it Sternbaum?
That's me. I like to move to just do public testimony. Come on.
I would love for you to come to the microphone and say it so that it's captured on the record. Last thing I want to say is Ali's refused to provide individuals a chance to redress government.
Sure. Good morning. First off, thank you for your time and service here. I'd like to move my comment to public testimony.
No problem.
Thank you.
We'll call you up. Thank you, sir. Andrew Peterson. General public comments, what you check, the box you checked.
Hi, thanks for the time. So my name's Andrew. I've been a resident of Granada Hills for 3 years now, a husband and father to 2 young children. When we decided to buy our first home, we wanted to raise our kids in a location with clean air, safe neighborhood, good schools that we could walk to. We looked to Granada Hills because of the proximity to the mountains and being on the outskirts of LA's congested areas. Little did we know that we were about to build our forever home less than 2 miles from Sunshine Canyon landfill. After a multi-million-dollar investment to buy and upgrade our home, I walked out to work one early morning, came across a smell that stopped me in my tracks. It was the smell of a putrid trash smell. After further investigation, we realized that Sunshine Canyon landfill was located just north of our home. And that was devastating for us to find out. The north wind travels right down the street like a river, essentially, of trash smell. It gets trapped in pockets around our home, and it's just horrible to live with. You know, California has the motive of being green and clean. We spend a lot of money on taxes and have the highest standards and regulations to protect our people and the environment. Honestly, it seems like we could be doing a lot better. And, you know, it's just really embarrassing. I mean, there's protections for seagulls on the beach that are better than what we get in our neighborhood. And, you know, the neighbors in our area, they had no idea about the smells. Well, they didn't know about the landfill, but we're aware of the smells. And, you know, our kids can't go outside to play. We can't have friends over, guests, colleagues, you know, we can't even go to the parks nearby. It's just, you know, we need better awareness on what's going on here, and hopefully we can, you know, bring this to an end.
Thank you. Andrew Rosendahl, you check public comment as well as public witness. So I would assume you want to do both.
Yeah.
No problem.
Hello, my name is Andrew Rosendahl. I'm a resident of Granada Hills. I've lived there for 23 years, and most recently with my wife and son. The actions proposed by this order of abatement are not nearly enough. They're basically smoke and mirrors. How do I know that? I'm on the ground. I live near the dump. I can tell you firsthand when things work and when they don't. And I can tell you it's not working. And I wanted to pause my comments for a moment because sometimes I'm not quite sure who I'm talking to or who's listening. But I want to make sure everybody knows that some or all of you may have families, and I have a family too, and I care very much for them. And it's really hard to fight this fight knowing what you're going up against. I know I'm going up against big organizations and a lot of money, and I don't have that much money. And we try and organize our neighborhood to fight against this stuff. But it's really hard when you feel like you're not having any effect. Because I've been to plenty of meetings. I went to the County Board of Supervisors meeting, and many of us spoke, and they unanimously voted to allow this. So this is really important to us. And as long as they earn more money by continuing to take this trash and toxic fire debris, then instead of doing the right thing, then that's what they're going to do. In fact, they owe it to their shareholders to maximize profits and maximize share price. So they're incentivized to only do what's absolutely necessary or to do what's going to allow them to make more money. Let's show them that we put our families first. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Elliot Koretz, or I may be mispronouncing. Okay. Please state your name for the record, sir.
Elliot Koretz.
Thank you.
Thank you, board members. My name is Elliot Koretz. My wife and I have lived in Granada Hills for the last 38 years. This is where we raised our two children. I'm here today to vigorously oppose the current solutions regarding dumping of waste disposal at Sunshine Canyon landfill. These proposed solutions are superficial and inadequate. You have to do more than just the mitigation of that horrid, sour stench that now arrives on an almost daily basis. You must address the potential silent killer of odorless emissions that could wreak havoc on the health of the entire population of the North San Fernando Valley, especially the most susceptible, grandmas, grandpas, little children. They could be your children. They're in danger of terrible health consequences. This isn't wild speculation. We all know it took multiple hearings for the community around Chiquita Canyon to find out about the lethal air they had been breathing. This is no different. The emissions must all be tested. We need the most up-to-date hardware, tested and proven mitigation techniques. Most importantly, the equipment to measure what types of emissions are coming from the dumped waste. My wife and I raised our children in Granada Hills. We had birthday parties at one of LA's public treasures, O'Melveny Park. Stench permitting, we still try to hike there when we can. Granada Hills is a beautiful city, but not part of the city. But now we're faced with the prospect of, instead of enjoying these wonderful surroundings, we're shut indoors, hoping our little air filtration system provides some modicum protection. This is no way to live. The records show the landfill has been repeatedly out of compliance and has been cited many times over the years. One would be a fool to expect anything different from them in the future. We need a powerful watchdog to force them to act in all our best interests. And I come to ask you, please, for all of us, do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you, Frank Nolan.
Good morning. I've been a resident of Granada Hills for 32 years. I'm also a recently retired LAUSD teacher, having served 26 years as an educator in the community. To say I care about the people in our community would be an understatement. During these 3 decades that I've fully appreciated living in this lovely, diverse community, I've also battled with the sometimes daily intrusion of nauseating odors from the Sunshine Canyon landfill. The odors are hard to describe. Some mornings or evenings, they emulate a trash-filled dumpster in an alley on a summer day. Other times they fill our yard and even the interior of our home, despite having installed a state-of-the-art $16,000 central HVAC system with sickeningly sour methane gas and rotting trash odors. When the dump is at its worst, like last winter when the flimsy excuse was generated that the rain had simply filled all the collection wells, the stench is omnipresent, pervasive, and sickening. To this, remember that car you had in college, the one with the slow leaks in the tires and the leaky radiator or the bad starter motor? The car that would break down on your way to school, to work, and leave you stranded. Living near the dump is like that. I hold my breath opening the door each morning to let the dogs do their business, and yep, there it is again, that stench. Or when I take my dogs for a walk at Bee Canyon across from Van Gogh, and everything seems okay until you walk into an invisible cloud of stench. It's like walking into someone's assed gas at the gym. It has edges to it. It's sickening. Even more disturbing than how these smell is what the gases contain: methane, carbon dioxide, hydrogen sulfide, ammonia, and VOCs. Plus, I'm needing to break down my pool filter every 6 weeks now instead of every 4 months due to the dust and grime that covers the bottom of our pool and all of our patio furniture. When will the governing board that's been tasked with monitoring and regulating our vital and essential air quality stand up for our community? When will one or all of you say enough is enough? Will it take children and seniors and working parents and the most vital and most vulnerable amongst us to develop mysterious cancers, lymphomas, and tumors?
Sorry, so your time expired.
Thank you.
Wayne Hunter. Wayne Hunter.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Wade Hunter, and I'm the president of the North Valley Coalition of Concerned Citizens, Inc. I did submit a document for you to have a look at this morning. But again, I should have checked both boxes because I plan to testify after being sworn. I'd just like to say, from my own personal experience, I've lived in Granada Hills 50 years in my home. I've fought the landfill for the last 37 years, okay, because it has been a bad neighbor. It has always created problems for us. I just wanted to say again, as my own personal experience, I would tell people, hey, I really don't have much trouble with odors where I live. I'm about 1.5 miles away to the south. I don't have a big problem, but I get a lot of dust. I would get up to 1 inch of dust in my gutters that I'd have to clean out. And I could tell when the landfill was digging a new cell because the amount of dust was going up. But again, I said I didn't have a problem with odors. However, lately we have reported odors. And not only that, the school to the south of me, which is 8 houses to the south, they've been reporting, which is the El Oro Way Elementary School, has been reporting odors. And it's been a problem. It's got worse. It's not got better. And I understand people on my street have also started to report. This is crazy. It never was this bad. And now we're having odor problems that I said that we never had before. And I've lived in that neighborhood for 50 years. And now suddenly it's coming to the south. There's something radically wrong with the landfill. You need to do a lot more than what's suggested in the stipulated order of abatement. It doesn't go far enough. And I've made a kind of suggestion about using a new collection system, automated, that they put on every one of those wells that they can monitor and make changes as necessary.
Thank you, sir. Your time is.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
William Huntley.
William Huntley, Huntley, resident of Granada Hills, about a mile and a half from the Sunshine Canyon landfill dump. You'll notice I say dump because I have a history with BKK dump. I know the dumps. I know what they do. I know who makes money and who the cities get paid. Everybody makes money, but the residents are the ones who suffer. So right now, I live a mile and a half on the downhill side of a hill. Now, the folks that live on the front side get a face full of this smell. When it gets to my house, I know that it's bad for those folks. I know that they're suffering really bad. And that's what's been happening. And it's worse than it's ever been. I've been there since 2001. It lightened up, and I'll tell you what the problem is. And you need to react to this because this is the problem, and they won't admit it. The higher it gets, the more stink we get. It was down in the valley, and we weren't getting the stink. The higher it gets to the top of the hillside, we're in where the wind comes through, the wind blows it straight up against the hillside where all those folks live. And they're on the front side of the hillside. If I'm getting it on the back side of the hillside with the wind out of the north, I guarantee you they're complaining more than I am. You'll see my name, you see my address, the Gemeno address that's on those forms for the complaints, that comes from me. So I'm telling you right now, we've got bad neighbors. We got bad neighbors in the BKK, in the BFI. We got bad neighbors in our county, and we got bad neighbors in our city who don't want to do anything. They have a chance to do things, but they don't. The health department's told, don't do anything. And they don't.
Thank you, sir. Your time has
All
expired.
right, thank you.
No problem, sir. Anna, R-O-F-E. Rofe. Anna Rofe. You can.
It's not French.
You just pronounce your name for the record, and we're eager to hear you.
I'm not going to say much, but my husband and I bought our house.
Yeah, pull the microphone closer.
43.
And give us your name.
Anna Rofe.
Okay.
My husband and I bought our property in Granada Hills because we love, it's a beautiful place to live in, and it's great for everyone. The kids went to the school just half a block from our house, and they were sick all the time. I have suffered with cancer. I have suffered with a lot of allergies, and I don't even want to tell you how much more. We don't get the smell as bad as some of the people do. But the situation is when they want to start sending in the stuff from the burn areas, we don't need to deal with that. We need to make it right. We need to move that dump. We have been fighting that dump at least, I think Wayne and I are the oldest here. We've been fighting that dump forever. When we bought the house, it was not disclosed because they didn't have to disclose it then. If we knew the dump was there, we would have never bought the house. So I don't understand. There's so much land out there. Why can't they just go out there with nobody living, empty space, and it won't hurt anyone? That's it. All I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so we have an additional exhibit to add to the public exhibits. If you recall earlier, I referenced the fact that there was 32 exhibits Now it'll be 33 exhibits. We just received correspondence from a Crystal Edwards. And so that will be included as P33. All right, so why don't we go ahead and take opening arguments, Ms. Sue? Oh. Well, yes, let's take the two individuals and then this will conclude public comment.
Hello, my name is Bethany Sternbaum. I am a homeowner and resident of Granada Hills. I also have two young children, one of which has experienced some major skin issues and allergies, and we constantly wonder if it's a result of the dump. And I think we deserve to know. We want fence line monitoring of emissions. To know if this really is the issue that's causing her health issues. Please take action against Sunshine Canyon today. Thank you.
Next speaker.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, I'm reading a letter on behalf of Supervisor Horvath that was also submitted for public comment online. Dear South Coast Air Quality Management.
So, excuse me, Miss Ellison?
Yes.
Okay, Emily Ellison. So we do have that letter. You can read it, but I just want you to know that letter is a part of the 33 exhibits I've entered into the record this morning, just so you're clear. But you can go right ahead and read it.
Okay. I can read it here just so that people have it here as well.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Dear Hearing Board, I'm writing in strong support of the order of abatement for odor violations at Sunshine Canyon Landfill. For far too long, residents of the San Fernando Valley have endured overwhelming and persistent noxious odor, and immediate regulatory enforcement action is necessary to address this ongoing issue. In 2024 alone, the community filed 2,187 complaints, resulting in 65 notice of violations. Already in 2025, there's been 118 complaints and 3 notice of violations, a clear indication that a problem persists. This is simply unacceptable. I have long continuously pushed for accountability and action to control these odors. In April 2024, I called for an independent audit of the landfill to hold the operator accountable. The attached audit engaged an independent technical expert to assess the odor issues, evaluate which remediation measures have been effected, and provide recommendations for both near and long-term operational improvements. I strongly urge you to use these recommendations under consideration. Additionally, I convened a regular Sunshine Canyon Interagency Working Group to meet regularly until these issues are fully resolved. I appreciate South Coast Air Quality Management District staff for actively participating in this group. While I remain committed to working towards a solution, South Coast Air Quality Management District has the authority and responsibility to take decisive action to protect public health. I strongly urge the hearing board to hold Browning Ferris Industries accountable and issue an order of abatement focused on clear remediation actions. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Sue, opening statements.
Good morning. South Coast AQMD has received more than 4,000 complaints from 2023 onward and has issued more than 100 notices of violations in that period for odor complaints. The community is detecting ongoing odors at nuisance levels, and the district is seeking the issuance of an order by this hearing board that addresses the primary causes of odors impacting the community. Landfill gas is collected by gas wells at Sunshine Canyon. It is either used by a nearby power plant or is flared on site. When landfill gas is not collected, it may transmit landfill gas and trash odors to the neighborhood, depending on the wind direction, wind speed, and atmospheric pressure. There are 3 main root causes of odor emanating from Sunshine Canyon landfill. The landfill gas collection system has been negatively impacted by water accumulating below the surface and preventing the gas wells from working. In simple terms, the gas wells are similar to straws that are clogged. In addition, severe wet weather events bring fresh trash to the surface and causes long-term negative impacts on the landfill gas collection system. Last, new cell construction may increase odors at the facility and increase odors traveling off-site. The conditions proposed in the order will abate nuisance by doing the following: improving the efficiency of the landfill gas collection system, installing a layer such as posi-shallow closure turf in precise locations at the landfill to prevent landfill gas from escaping, expeditious leachate treatment and removal of pooled leachate by on-site landfill staff odor patrols, expanded wet weather preparation, utilization of microbes and odor neutralizers to reduce odors, implementation of pilot programs to enhance landfill gas collection and data collection. The district is aware of the community's concerns regarding the disposal of fire debris at Sunshine Canyon landfill. The local enforcement agency and the water board did not identify the wildfire debris going into the landfill as hazardous waste. The ongoing public nuisance that this matter was brought by the district to address, and the source of the odors, is the result of emissions from much older deposited material that is decomposing and fresh trash odors. Air monitoring of wildfire debris is not a condition of this order for the reasons I just stated. However, we believe that Sunshine Canyon Landfill shares the community's and the district's concern about the monitoring emissions from wildfire debris, and the district will share its expertise to assist the landfill to develop an air monitoring plan at their expense. The district will present the following witnesses in support of the stipulated conditions sought in the order: Mr. Gerardo Vergara, a South Coast AQMD inspector, and Professor Eugene Zhang, a technical advisor to the Sunshine Canyon Landfill Local Enforcement Agency. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the hearing board. I'll be brief. We have, for the record, filed an answer to the petition, which denies that under California law, the landfill is creating a nuisance because that involves a balancing test which considers the public necessity and utility of the facility and whether it is being operated within industry standards. And we believe that the odor control measures already adopted by the landfill far exceed industry standards. And we dispute that the landfill cannot comply with the Air District's regulations. Nevertheless, we have entered into a stipulation with the district to resolve and settle any differences of opinion or potential differences of opinion we may have. And we stipulate to the conditions 1 through 13 in the draft stipulated abatement order, which is before you. Those were found at pages 7 through 13. Because of this stipulation, we'll not be presenting a defense today because we do not object to the order. We will have a panel available, however, to answer any questions you may have of 3 individuals who are very familiar with this abatement order and its genesis. And they are Andrew Thompson, who's the area environmental manager for the company, Michael Stewart, who's the general manager of the landfill, and Kate Downey, who is the environmental manager for the facility. This stipulated abatement order is the result of an intensive collaborative effort between landfill personnel who have significant expertise in operating landfills and in odor control measures and gas collection systems. The AQMD, its staff, and Professor Eugene Singh, who's a consultant to the Air District, who is worked on Sunshine Canyon matters for decades and has testified before this hearing board before in past abatement order proceedings. And we value his expertise quite a bit. You'll be hearing from him shortly. And also the Sunshine Canyon Landfill Local Enforcement Agency. That is a state-certified local agency staffed by city and county health department representatives who have substantial expertise in landfill operations as well. So the AQMD, Professor Sang, the LEA, my client, have been collaborating and working on innovative improvements to control odors at the landfill for several months. And they've discussed what is going to be feasible and not feasible. And this stipulated order is the result of that collaborative effort. It incorporates a number of what we believe are innovative, cutting-edge approaches that, again, far surpass industry standards that we think will have an important impact on the potential for future odor emissions from the site. So for that reason, in closing, I would ask that you adopt the stipulated conditions 1 through 13 in the order that is before you. Thank you.
Thank you. So, Ms. Sue, how many folks do you have who would be testifying?
We have 2 witnesses.
Okay, Mr. Brown?
We have no witnesses, but if the panel has any questions, we'll have our panel to answer them.
Okay, so everybody who will be testifying, please stand. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this matter is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? All right, thank you. Ms. Sue?
Did you want me to call my first witness?
What we'll do is we'll take public testimony right now. All right. Which one is the? All right, so we'll call the first individual providing public testimony is the gentleman who signed first. Come on up, sir. Eric, pronounce the last name?
Pfefferman.
Pfefferman.
Yeah.
All right, Pfefferman. There we go.
So can I just pick up where I
Absolutely.
left
Go
off
right
then?
ahead, sir.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Over the past 2 years, my wife has developed a chronic barking cough for which she has been prescribed cough suppressants and steroids. One recent morning, the stench was so intense, she had to run to the car with our 7-year-old. And when they got in the car, the stench was inside as well. My wife and son literally could not breathe, their eyes watering, heads pounding, until they could drive out of our immediate neighborhood. My wife is a language and speech pathologist for LAUSD and spends her life helping people. And now when she needs help, she is being ignored. This is how everyday people like me, who have zero interest in landfill operations, become environmental activists and start getting vocal, demanding change. After years of requesting action from AQMD, I was relieved to see an order for abatement had finally been set in motion, yet those hopes were quickly dashed when I reviewed the proposal submitted to this board. Once again, it was clear that agencies meant to be watchdogs have been rendered lapdogs by the political machinery protecting this landfill. Sunshine Canyon is wildly out of control and well on the path to becoming another elevated temperature landfill. Please do not let Sunshine follow in the footsteps of Chiquita Canyon and El Sobrante and become the 3rd landfill in this region to be on fire. The measures in AQMD's proposal are experimental at best, but our neighborhood is not a lab and my children are not guinea pigs. Sorry.
Take your time, sir.
Sure.
Take your time.
We now have a 3-year-old who has only known life in our neighborhood. And the last thing I want is for him to become a data point in a health report years from now, finally acknowledging the harms that landfills pose to vulnerable populations. We appreciate the measures that have been proposed, but we need proven measures today, like those that have been implemented by this board at Chiquita Canyon. Fence line monitoring is not an end in itself, but what we don't need are more endless audits while our lungs are being assaulted. Fence line monitoring will tell us what amounts of benzene, formaldehyde, and VOCs are permeating our schools, parks, houses of worship, soccer fields, and homes. And once fence line monitoring is established, we need data transparency. So all the regulators, public officials, and the public itself can see in real time what isn't working so this imminent disaster can be avoided and fixed. We seek immediate and long overdue relief in the form of proven hardware, and we are hoping this board will do what we know to be right so our kids can grow up and we can be there to watch them. Please help us.
Okay, hold on 1 second, sir. Ms. Sue, any questions or any cross-examination?
No, I do not have any.
No questions.
Members of the hearing board, any questions of the gentleman? All right, thank you, sir.
Cool, thank you.
Daniel Sternbaum.
Good morning again. My name is Daniel Sternbaum. I came here today to speak about the ongoing impact of Sunshine Canyon landfill on my family, which includes my wife, my 4-year-old son, my 4-year-old daughter, and my 1-year-old son. 6 years ago, my wife and I bought our home in Granada Hills, excited to raise a family there, but too often, we're now forced to stay inside because of the rotting trash from the landfill. The smell is it's overwhelming. We can't open the windows in our home. We can't let our kids play in their own backyard. We certainly can't go to the nearby parks where the odors are unbearable on smelly days. Reporting odors from this landfill has become as routine as making a cup of coffee in the morning. Yet the confirmed odors and notices of violation don't even capture the full picture. We call, but often by the time an inspector arrives, often hours later, the wind shifts and the smell fades. I work long hours, getting home at 1 or 2 a.m., and many nights, that landfill smell hits me as soon as I open my car door in my driveway. Filing a complaint then is exhausting and often pointless. This isn't just an inconvenience, it's a burden on our lives. While we appreciate AQMD's current proposal, it's not enough. We need upgraded infrastructure to bring this landfill into the Clean Air Act compliance, not just experimental band-aids. Most critically, we need fence line monitoring to measure toxic emissions like benzene. This isn't just odor, it's an emissions crisis. Chiquita Canyon received fence line monitoring, revealing lethal air quality. We deserve to know what's in our air, what our kids are breathing. Please act with real solutions. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any desires to examine the witness, Ms. Sue?
No questions.
Ron?
Just one question. What is your street address?
17107 Lisette Street.
Thank you.
Members of the hearing board, desires to examine the witness. Thank you very kindly, sir. Andrew Rosendahl. Now, before, as you're walking up, my good friend Wayne, you want to testify too, sir, correct? Yes, I'm okay. I got you. And I heard you. All right.
Before I get started, I was outside the room when the oath was taken. So could I take the oath now?
Oh, absolutely. At least you're honest. All right. Do you affirm, raise your hand, do you affirm that the testimony that you're about to give in this matter is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Floor is yours.
So when I heard that the dump and its operators fully accepted this stipulated order, it troubled me. And it should trouble you too, because it's not their job to protect my son's health. It's not their job to do what's right for the community. Their job is to operate their landfill and make money. Now, sure, if it costs them loads of money to cause a health problem, then that would become their job. But their job is to run their business as efficiently, financially efficiently as possible and make money for their shareholders. So, but AQMD is here to fight for us and make sure we have clean air, but also good health, and that our home value is protected and that our livelihoods are protected. So they're the organization that should be fighting for us. So it should be a bit of a struggle, not a negotiation where this all just seems like pomp and circumstance. Because what's in this order has already been negotiated between the parties. We wouldn't be here yet if BFI Republic hadn't reached some point where they're like, okay, we can deal with this. Now let's go to this hearing where we all just say it out loud. But it's already been determined, they're already fine with it. This should be, they should not like what's happening. This should be hard for them. They should be trying to knock down every order in this going, no, we can't do this. This is going to cost too much. It's too much for our business. It should cost them more than it's so much money that they're barely able to run their business because it's not working in our neighborhood. We can smell it every day. It's not working. They talked about experimental and innovative techniques. No, don't experiment on my family. Don't experiment on our neighborhood. You guys are the experts. You should know exactly how to stop this stuff. And if you're not, let's shut this thing down. This is not a chance to experiment. My kids are not here for an experiment. Anybody in these rooms should making these decisions should be living in my neighborhood and smelling this every day. You're going to know it's not working. You're going to go back to work and go, guys, we got to do something different because I wouldn't want my family living there. Okay, so this isn't cool. If they like it, we know we got to go back to the drawing board and say, this is not enough. So if you guys vote to say, hey, we like this order of abatement, know that it's not enough. And we're here. This is your wake up call. We're here to tell you it's not enough. It's not working. Chiquita Canyon, El Sobrante, Sunshine Canyon is going to get added to that list. They're out of control, and we don't want another black eye on the state, another black eye on the AQMD. This is your chance to step in and stop another PR disaster, another health disaster. We need to protect our families and not just protect profits. Thank you.
Thank you. Are we interested in examining the witness?
No questions here.
Members of the hearing board. Thank you, members of the hearing board. Mr. Balakapalan.
Yes, any proposals from you? What would you like to see additional?
Since I'm not an expert in how landfills run, I couldn't tell you what would prevent odors, except to reduce the amount of tonnage that they take in and not allow them to take new fire debris, which we know is toxic. And if reducing the tonnage doesn't do it, then we need to shut it down.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other members of the board? Thank you very kindly, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Brian Allen.
Good morning. Thank you for having this meeting. I appreciate being able to make a comment or two. My name is Brian Allen, and for full disclosure, I am the president of the Granada Hills North Neighborhood Council. I also am a member of a 501c3, which happens to have some interest in what's happening in Aliso and in the landfill as well. But I am speaking as an individual. I want to make that clear. My big concern is that when a organization makes a statement like we are within industry standards or we exceed industry standards, it's a nice statement, but it doesn't share the concern and the empathy for humans. We don't know, none of us know whether there is a health hazard coming from that landfill. We also don't know if there's a health hazard coming from Aliso Canyon. But we do know Aliso Canyon has a health study going on. I have been asking for years. As a matter of fact, I am also a resident of 32 years. And I have been asking, why has there never been a legitimate health study performed to find out if this landfill is emitting hazardous emissions? That is the only thing that is important here. It is the only thing that could be important is not how much I smell. That's not as important as, am I going to have cancer tomorrow? Am I going to be damaged? Are my kids going to be damaged? Are my dogs going to die? These are real concerns that humans have, and evidently business doesn't. And we find that we know from Granada Hills that the landfill is giving millions of dollars a year to CD12. That was an agreement that was made many years ago. And it was in regards to a lawsuit that was filed against the landfill. And that was the answer. Let's give CD12 millions of dollars. And what do we get from that? We get no participation from CD12 with regards to addressing this issue. And we get no help from the county. The county board of supervisors have given you a letter that states concern, but the same person that gave you a letter that states concern voted in favor of extending the tonnage at this landfill. Seems like a conflict to me. So I come from a different position on this than everybody else, although I share with everyone else their concerns and their concerns for their family. But this is a real problem. And the real problem is, are people hurt? And there is nobody that's going to be able to solve that problem except you at the moment. So it's on you as to how you see the health of society near the landfill. And may I throw in one other thought? The city and the state, county have all made a very big mistake, in my opinion. And that mistake is the landfill was there before the houses built up to it. The gas field was there before the houses in Porter Ranch built up to it. When LAX found that they were disturbing the people to the west of them, they bought out all the property, raised the land, and it's vacant now. I don't see the authorities taking all of Granada Hills and buying out all the land and throwing it down to dirt. I don't see that happening. But it was a mistake to build up so close to these facilities. So the right thing to do, in my opinion, is to provide assistance to the landfill, and I'd go as far as the gas company as well, to move them. Get them out of the way, because you can't pull all the people out now. You already allowed them to live there. And there's no reason not to assist them in moving. The landfill has no intrinsic value of being so close to population other than the cost to move trash to the dump. There is no other benefit. So if we move it out into the desert, where no one's going to be for 100 years, that would be a smart thing to do. It would be a human thing to do. So I don't know where you're going to fall on this, but I hope that you see this from a human standpoint rather than a business standpoint. Thank you.
Do we have any questions of the witness?
No questions here.
Just one question. Mr. Allen, were you involved in the prior abatement order proceedings before this hearing board?
No, I was not. I've been on the council only 10 years.
Okay. Were you aware that there has been a health risk study of emissions from the landfill based on both fence line monitoring and monitoring of VOCs at the Van Gogh School?
I'm aware that the monitoring that has been done is stationary. I'm aware that it is not controlled by independent authorities. And I am aware that there is a health evaluation done, not a health study.
So was it your understanding that the prior health study, as you put it, that was done under the jurisdiction of the Air District?
I am not aware of who did it or how it was done.
So you don't know if the samples and the lab testing was done by Sonoma Technology and an independent certified state laboratory?
We are not provided with any information as to what that health study was. It was simply it stated that it was done. We don't have any independent authority on it. We don't have any independent evaluation on it. I'd love to have it. I'd love to have it provided, but it was never provided to the community.
Well, there was prior testimony before the hearing board. I don't know if that's still available, but just so you know, it was done and there was testimony before the hearing board in connection with the prior abatement order. I just wanted you to know that because you said there was no study done in the past.
And I've asked for a health study done that would be similar to what, I'd like it even better than what UCLA is doing on the Aliso Canyon, but it would have to be a study that included the monitoring of people for years, because that is the only way you're going to tell. You cannot tell if there is a health problem by simply finding out how many chemicals they identified at any given time and then saying, oh, there's no problem here. That doesn't work for most of the community that I know, and I don't think it works for any of the doctors that I know. And if we were to actually have a full-blown health study, that would tell us whether there is a problem. And the last part of that is stationary fence line monitoring only identifies something at that point. We have a proposal we've made in the past that identifies a roving mobile health study, air monitoring, which would identify what chemicals come into what areas, and it would be independent so that it is not controlled by anybody. Right now, what is happening is controlled by authorities, not controlled by independent labs. Well, I know about Argos and Aliso Canyon, and I know that Argos is operated and maintained and monitored by the government, not by an independent authority.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you.
Members of the hearing board.
I do.
You mentioned Argos. Can you clarify what that is?
Argos is a air monitoring business.
Okay, and they have done.
They are doing air monitor. They're supposed to be doing air monitoring at Aliso Canyon. However, no one knows what the specific parameters of the air monitors are, and that's very important to anyone who's going to evaluate it.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Wayne Hunter.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Wade Hunter. I'm the president of the North Valley Coalition of Concerned Citizens, Inc., and I've been sworn. I'd like to start by saying that you are new board members who were not present during the last series of odor abatement hearings. And my parting the most prophetic words to that board on June 6, 2019, after all of the conditions to remediate were applied, I stated that, quote, "While you have done an excellent job in making Republic substantially reduce the odors, they have not eliminated them. And I believe your failure to reduce the hours of operation permanently to 9 a.m. and or by extending them or your authority, quote, we will be back here again in a few years as the landfill operations move back to the east and closer to our homes." What we do know is that the meteorological conditions that persist daily, weekly, monthly, annually, they do exist and that they are never going to change. And they were recognized by the AQMD zone expert, Dr. Sang-Mi Lee, in her report titled Meteorological Factors Triggering Odor Episodes, and that was dated November 2, 2016, in which she concluded that, quote, "Considering diurnal variations of wind speed, direction, and vertical mixing, a delay of at least 2 to 3 hours after sunrise would help to mitigate the transport of odor-laden plume from the landfill to the community." And that was in that submission that I gave you. There's all the charts that she supplied in that particular report. You've heard the impacts of the residents either directly or by correspondence. And I'm sure you would not want your children attending any of the schools in our area, especially if it was Van Gogh Elementary School, where they are regularly exposed to odors, and having recess outside canceled, and the children having to remain in the auditorium or classrooms to escape the stink. BFI Republic actually has it all figured out. They take us all for fools. And in the future, after there is hopefully a decrease in the odor similar to the last order of odor abatement, They will return to past bad practices and once again pile up violations and submit yet to another hearing board's conditions, cyclically every 5 years or so that it all becomes, quote, a cost of doing business, allowing them to accept another 10 million tons of municipal solid waste and to gross another $1 billion+ in revenue. You need to do more. The stipulated order does not go far enough. That's why, at the very least, there should be a change in the opening hours from 6 a.m. to 9 a.m., a ban on stacking long-haul trucks before 9 a.m., and curbside pickup trucks before 9 a.m., and a reduction in the daily tonnage to at least 5,500, which was on the city side, or 6,600, which is on the county side, one of those two numbers. They need to reduce their tonnage. I also included in that packet a thing for you called an automated well field control system. It's at the very back of that thing, Exhibit A. This is what the largest landfill that they have in the county. They need to have an automated system that would allow them to sit in their office, control every one of those wells that's extracting the gas. And it also would give them all the information they need to prevent fires, for instance. They can adjust their system. They can do everything with this particular thing. Gas composition, percentage, they can do methane, carbon dioxide, oxygen, temperature, flow rate, well static pressure, and system vacuum. All of that can be done sitting in their office. And that's what they need to do because they need to improve their collection. We all know that even the best system is only going to collect 85% of the gas. That means that 15% is outgassing. And that means that we're breathing it in the community. It's coming to the south. That is the prevailing winds. We can't change that. So we would ask that you insist that they start getting an automated system. And I gave, like I said, a few pictures there at the back. It goes up right on the wellhead and it can control everything from their office, as opposed to them going out and taking temperature readings every so often, which is what they do. Or they go out to tune a well. They have guys going around to tune it. And manually tuning it is an art, okay? And again, it's only when they happen to be at that wellhead that they can do it. With an automated system, this is the second largest disposer of waste in the United States. They can afford to do this. They can afford to put automated monitoring on their wellheads. Anyway, so we would appreciate you looking at, again, changing the opening hours. They did it the last time to 9 a.m. in the morning. That gets at the 3 bad hours that we get in the early morning. That would certainly help to alleviate the odors. If they're not dumping trash, if they're not stacking the trucks and things up there, because even they create odors. So anyway, thank you very much for the opportunity to speak.
Any examination of the witness?
No questions here.
No questions, thank you.
Members of the hearing board. Mr. Balakapalan?
Mr. Hunter, are you aware of any landfill using this automated system?
This particular one, I put one in there. I have no, it just happened to be one. There's a number of them available. I just happened to pick that one because they had.
I'm not talking about that brand or anything, but having an automated generically system in place. Landfill that has.
I don't know which ones have one. Unfortunately, Mr. Mike Mahaj, who had testified here previously, is aware of all of those situations. Unfortunately, his health prevented him from attending, but this was something that he was working towards trying to get for the landfill, and he was part of the county's county public works. Sat on the facility and plan review subcommittee, and this is something that he was looking to do because trying to check the temperatures of these wells as they go around, they don't know at any point in time what they are, so they have to go out and check them. So if the temperature's rising, they don't. And they have fires at the landfill. Don't believe that there's no fires. We do have fires. They report every so often, but they're on top of them. They see the smoke. They turn around. They shut down the wells, so they're not drawing any gas and they're not drawing any air into the, to make the fire. And they do put them out and cover them. But the point is, this is kind of like not the same as Chiquita Canyon, but the potential exists where this could be like Chiquita Canyon. And what I'm telling you is they can sit in the office and from a look at a screen, and they can know every well what it's doing, etc. And if there was a problem, for instance, that the temperature was rising, etc., they'd know instantly to go out. So I think that an automated system is something, as again, this is not a poor company. This is the second largest, Republic is the second largest disposer of waste in the United States. They can afford it. And when I talk about billions of dollars of business, that's what's happening. This expansion they got was a 90 million ton landfill. And that's basically, that's why I said it's coming, it's building up, it's coming out of the canyon and it's moving to the east towards the houses. That's the reason it's getting worse. That's the reason I said, hey, we did a lot of stuff. Mr. Singh, Eugene Singh, had worked with them before and was very successful in getting the mitigations and getting them down to where we had like 208 in 1 year. It's like, oh, wow, you know. But this landfill, before Sunshine, before Chiquita and the problem of Chiquita, the 5 months that they had, was 2.5 times worse than all the other 15 landfills combined in the 10,750 square miles that the AQMD oversees. 2.5 times worse than all of them. So,
Thank you for your.
thank you.
Thank you, sir. I'm sorry, Ms. Verdugo Peralta.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sir, have you had an opportunity to look at pages 10 and 11 of the AQMD's report that actually tracks the number of complaints per hour on a 24-hour period? I'm trying to look at the date here. But in any case, it follows what you said. However, it also tracks it in the evening when the complaints are highest, again from 8 p.m. through 11
Yes, it's a
p.m.
corresponding time, basically from 6 o'clock to 9 o'clock in the evening, when we have exactly the same problem. It's the winds go around, and if you look at the charts that I supplied in there, you will see that from 6 to 9 in the morning, the winds are predominantly from the north blowing to the south. They bring the odors to the community. But then what happens is it heats up, the air starts to rise up. So it takes the odors with them. That gives us that 9 o'clock to 6 o'clock in the evening. We're basically free of the odors for the most part. It doesn't happen all the time, but most of the time. Then at 6 o'clock, the winds go around again, and then suddenly they're coming again from the north to the south and putting the odors from the landfill back into the community. It's well documented. You can go back through all of these reports from the AQMD, and you can see the reports come by month. It's not just a one-off. You can turn around and look at that chart that the AQMD puts out. It's one here. And you can go and see by month exactly what happens. And we basically only have 3 months where we don't, where they're low, which is actually about May, June, July is about when they start to go down, and then start to go back August, September, it starts getting higher. We've got the schools back in, you know, the odor reports are going up. So yeah, and it's well documented. That's why I said, you know, you can't get away from it. And that's why we talked about getting the late opening till 9 o'clock in the morning. And that, again, is supported by AQMD, okay, by their study that they did. And the community believes in their hearts. And if you ask any of them, if I said they don't open till 9 in the morning, they don't do any stacking, they don't do anything, they'd all agree with me. Yeah, that would help. It wouldn't necessarily eliminate all the odors, but it certainly would go a long way to help. So.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Ms. Sue.
No questions here.
No. The floor is yours. Bring up your witnesses. No, he's done.
I'm done?
Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
You're calling your witness, correct?
Yes. Could we take a brief recess?
How much time?
10 minutes?
Very well. We're off the record. We're back at, we will be back at 11:10. Are we back on the record?
I'll show you that respect.
Are we back on the record? Mr. Chavez.
Gavel, we need to give him a
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I didn't hear the chime. Are we back on the record?
Yes, we're back on the record.
Mr. Alberto, we're back on the record, sir.
Yes, we are back.
All right, we're back on the record at 11:14 a.m. And I do believe the floor was Ms. Sue's, and she's going to call her first witness.
Thank you. And from my understanding from the pre-hearing conference, you'll hear from both our witnesses first before it's opened up to questions from respondents counsel and the hearing board, correct?
Absolutely.
And may I suggest, since it's already 11:15, after Mr. Vergara speaks, we take a break for lunch?
No, we're taking the break for lunch at noon.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Vergara, please state and spell your name for the record.
Good morning. Gerardo Vergara, spelled Gerardo. Last name Vergara, Vergara.
And what is your position at the district?
Air Quality Inspector 3.
And go ahead.
Under the Toxics Waste and Management Division.
And how long have you been an inspector in that division?
Approximately 7.5 years.
Thank you. And how many landfills have you inspected during your time at the district?
Approximately 10.
And please describe your educational and career background.
I possess a Bachelor's of Science in Environmental Science from the University of California, Riverside. Prior to this, I worked as a research scientist for the USDA, as well as a environmental science chemist.
Okay. Are you familiar with Sunshine Canyon landfill?
I am.
And have you inspected the landfill?
I have.
And how many Title V inspections have you conducted at Sunshine Canyon landfill?
Approximately 3.
Have you been to Sunshine Canyon outside of these Title V inspections?
Yes, I have.
And why are you at the landfill outside of these Title V inspections?
I've been to the landfill to respond to, in response to odor complaint investigations as well as breakdown investigations.
Okay. And when was the last time you were at Sunshine Canyon?
Last month.
Okay. And you said you've responded to odor complaints near Sunshine Canyon landfill. Could you please describe the typical odor complaint response?
Yes. Typical odor complaint response from our agency is the South Coast AQMD does receive odor complaints via our hotline and or web application website. Once an odor complaint is called in, it is logged into our South Coast AQMD internal database, in which then our supervisors to dispatch them to a inspector out in the field to respond to such odor complaints.
Okay, and do you meet with the complainant?
Yes, we do.
Okay, and what do you do when you meet with the complainant?
When we meet with the complainant on site at their provided address, we meet with the complainant to determine whether or not the odor is still present. If the odor is still present, we document the type of odor detected, use an odor scale from 0 to 5, 5 being the worst, document such intensity of that odor, and attempt to also get a wind reading with our AQMD issued anemometer.
Okay. And is enforcement staff located near Sunshine Canyon to respond to complaints?
Yes, they are.
Okay. Are you familiar with Rule 402?
Yes, I am.
And what does it say?
I'd like to reference the rule. It states a person shall not discharge from any source whatsoever such quantities of air contaminants or other materials which cause injury, detriment, nuisance, or annoyance to a considerable number of persons or to the public, or which to endanger the comfort, response, health, or safety of any such person or the public, or which cause or have a natural tendency to cause injury or damage to the business or property.
Okay, and are you familiar with Health and Safety Code, section 41700?
Yes, I am.
And what does this say in general terms?
In general, it does mirror South Coast AQMD Rule 402.
Okay. And have you issued Rule 402 and section 41700 NOVs to Sunshine Canyon Landfill?
Yes, I have.
And what do you need to observe or find before issuing such a NOV?
In order to issue such public nuisance violation, we do need to meet with a minimum of 6 unique individuals at separate addresses, confirm the odor complaint. After odor complaints are confirmed, we would conduct a perimeter of odor surveillance, take wind readings upwind and downwind of the facility. After confirmation of such odor surveillance, we would then go to the site to verify the source of the facility.
Okay, so, and is there a school located near Sunshine Canyon Landfill?
Yes, there's
And
a couple.
if you do receive a complaint from the school, do you need to have 6 separate confirmations before you issue a NOV?
When we receive complaints from the school, if confirmed at a school while children are present on campus, if the odor is confirmed and we do verify the source, it would also constitute a public nuisance violation.
And is there a AQMD website with information about Sunshine Canyon Landfill?
Yes.
Okay, I'm handing to you what has been marked as Exhibit 1. And is this document odor complaints reported to South Coast AQMD alleging Sunshine Canyon Landfill from 2009 to 2025?
Yes, it is.
Great. And is this document available on the website?
Yes, it is.
Great. And do you see a trend on when an AQMD receives complaints based on the month of the year?
Based on this document, we can see that we do receive more complaints in the early months of the year as well as the end months of the year.
Okay. And do you see a trend in complaints from 2020 onward?
From 2020 onward, we do see an increase in odor complaints.
Okay, so I see in 2023, let's go to 2022. How many complaints were in 2022?
For the year of 2022, the district received 653 odor complaints.
And then in 2024, how many complaints were received?
In 2024, we got 2,187 odor complaints.
Sorry, so from 2022 to 2023, it more than doubled. Is that correct?
Oh, for 2023, then we got 1,721, and yes, it nearly almost doubled.
Okay, great. And for 2024, how many complaints are received and how many NOVs were issued?
For 2024, we did receive 2,187 odor complaints, and the facility received 65 public nuisance notices of violation.
Thank you. And I'm going to hand to you a different document. This has been marked as Exhibit number 2. Can you describe what this document is?
This document documents the complaint number, date, time, as well as the address where the complaint came from.
Okay. And is this document available on South Coast AQMD's website?
Yes, it is.
And I see that there is a code. It is in the second to last column. Can you describe what each of these different codes mean?
So the codes that we use to document after meeting with with the complainant are as follows. TR stands for trash odors. LG stands for landfill gas odors. O stands for odor from other sources. None stands for no odor detected. And lastly, NFR stands for no field response.
And so if it's coded as landfill gas or trash odor, is this what the inspector himself or herself has observed?
That is correct. If that would be the inspector's observation.
Okay, and what does landfill gas smell like?
Landfill gas smells more of a putrid, sweet and sour odor, composed of a chemical-like combination as well as a rotten egg hint to it as well, based on our observations.
And what does trash odor smell like?
Trash smells more of has a rancid type of odor, more of a decay of organic matter, food, spoiled milk. It gives off that type of odor.
Okay, thank you. And switching gears here, because there has been some concern expressed by the public regarding wildfire debris. Uh, Have you observed wildfire debris disposed of at Sunshine Canyon?
I personally have not.
But you work with a team of enforcement staff, correct?
Correct.
And has other enforcement staff observed wildfire debris disposed at Sunshine Canyon landfill?
Yes, my colleagues have been on site.
And then have they documented their observations in a report?
Yes, they have.
And could you please describe in general terms the process of wildfire debris disposal based on their report?
After reviewing my colleague's report, just to highlight some key highlights from their report, Sunshine Canyon landfill is accepting fire debris from the Eaton fire. The debris does come in a format of a burrito wrapped, where the debris is already fully wrapped within either a tank or a trailer. According to the report, the debris received is already wet and moist. Once it is accepted by the landfill, they do make sure that they do receive manifests stating that it is non-hazardous and are disposing of it at a separate location, not to be commingled with municipal solid waste that they regularly accept. After it's dumped, they do have water trucks as well as odor mitigation measures to make sure that there are no odors or fugitive dust being released even within property lines. And lastly, according to my colleague's report, they're constantly having water on site as well surrounding that area.
And in the report, were there any observations of fugitive dust or odor from the wildfire debris?
According to the report, there was no mention of fugitive dust being emanated, and within the report, there is no mention of any odors.
Okay, thank you. That's all my questions for Mr. Vergara.
Mr. Brown on cross?
No questions, thank you.
Thank you very kindly. Next witness, Miss?
Chair, question.
We're gonna take hearing board members. Yeah,
All right, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Vergara. If Professor Zhang can
yeah.
come up.
He can hang around. Don't leave.
I just think even though we paid it, like someone didn't copy the backside, you want to double check that on the.
Oh, no, it should be on there. Why don't see it before? I see that online.
What do you thought? Yeah, you have, I see. Why you making the back page? No.
Oh, they are printed single-sided.
Okay, okay. I didn't see that. Thank you.
And would it be helpful if I display it on the screen? And I think for some reason I was just logged off, so it might take me a moment to log back into Zoom. Without the screen?
Yeah, you go right here without the
Okay.
screen.
And just so the hearing board members know, I will let Professor Zhang, run a little bit, give a presentation. I might interject with a few questions. So this is an atypical format. Mr. Zhang, let's go to the first slide. So this is a presentation on the Sunshine Canyon landfill and causes of odor and mitigation measures. Could you please provide some background, Professor Zhang?
I've been in the solid waste management industry for over 50 years and 16 years in private industry designing, operating and constructing different facilities from landfills to waste to energy composting facilities and recycling facilities. I actually held the construction license for the corporation. I serve right now as an independent contractor advisor, technical advisor to the local enforcement agency for the city of Los Angeles and also for the Sunshine Canyon Landfill Local Enforcement Agency. So I actually helped create both those enforcement agencies. I work internationally and help other developing countries develop their enforcement agencies.
And for those of us who are not familiar with local enforcement agency, can you describe what that is?
Yes, the local enforcement agency is the local entity certified by Cal EPA, Cal Recycle, and we're the local entity that makes sure that the facilities follow the state minimum standards. Okay.
And for the record, can you please state and spell your name?
Oh, Eugene Tseng, EugeneTseng.
And are you under oath today?
Yes, I am. I've been environmental law professor and also an environmental engineering professor for over 40 years now at UCLA, Cal State Northridge, and a number of other schools. And currently, I'm also helping head up the NASA-funded research center at Cal State Northridge, designated to help revamp the solid waste management infrastructure. So, okay, next slide.
Great. So we're not putting up the slide, but could you just give us an overview of your presentation? Go ahead.
Okay, so I'm going to try to discuss 4 topics so we can get a very basic understanding of the landfill, how it operates, and then the causes of odors, and trying to develop the mitigation measures to get at the root cause of the odors. So we're looking at really an overview of the landfill, then discussing the sources and causes of the landfill odors that's reaching the community, and then also addressing the methods, the mitigation measures that have been effective and are now in the abatement order. And then lastly, I want to make sure everybody understands what the recent sources and the causes of the landfill odors are, because it's very different than the past odors addressed by the past abatement order.
And so now we're on slide number 6. If you could just use your words to describe what they're seeing on the slide.
Okay, this is a 180-degree view of a picture of the landfill. And our local enforcement agency takes the picture every single month to document the growth of the landfill and what operations are going on. On the left side, you'll see a kind of a light tan on the left side. That's the alternative. That's referred to as the alternative daily cover. We'll discuss everything in detail, and that's where the working phase is. And you'll see kind of towards the 1/3 from the left, there's a kind of the white material. That's called posi shell. And that's actually a cementitious spray that's put on the side slopes of the landfill. In the way in the back, of the cementitious spray, you'll see that's about a mile away from where I'm standing. That's a landfill gas to energy plant that's on this landfill. This landfill generates somewhere between 16 to 18,000 cubic feet per minute of landfill gas. And that facility takes about 8,000 cubic feet per minute. Cubic feet per minute, and actually converts it to energy that powers about 20,000 homes. And then on the kind of towards the right-hand side, the 2/3 from the left or 1/3 from the right, you'll see that kind of that dark green. That is actually going to be referred to as closure turf. This is an all-time international first application of a final closure measure as a temporary measure just to control landfill odors on what we call an intermediate cover. The cost of the posi shell is about, when implemented in 2017, was about $15,000 an acre, about $20,000 an acre now. And the closure turf, that dark green that you see, we'll get into the details, was about $500,000 an acre then. And according to the manufacturer that I talked to, it's about $1 million an acre now. Okay, and on the kind of the closest to you right there, yes, that's a typical landfill gas well that's drilled down It's a vertical well that collects the landfill gas. Next slide. So Sunshine Canyon landfill, the property is over 1,000 acres, but what I have circled there is really what we call the working footprint, which is about 363 acres. And you'll see the Van Gogh School that's marked there. That's about half a mile to the south. Next. There are over 20 regulatory agencies that oversee the landfill. And what I circled in red is the local enforcement agency, and that is our agency, and then of course South Coast AQMD. So we've been collaborating for many years. And putting together the measures for the abatement order, we really try to focus on what is within the control of Republic. And so what I did here, as you can see, all the different parts of a solid waste management system, and we try to see all the things we can do within the control of the landfill and of the company itself. This is an EPA diagram of the basic operations of a landfill. The purple that you see there is 1 day's disposal. We call that a daily cell. So you see the landfill just basically builds up, and it's cell by cell by cell. You'll notice there's vertical wells and horizontal wells. These collect the landfill gas that's generated within the mass itself. And you'll see a flare on the upper right. And what happens with the gas that's not converted to energy to power homes actually has to be flared off. But we have 100% redundancy at this facility because we assume that if the landfill gas to energy plant goes down, that gas has to go somewhere. So the system to collect landfill gas and flare it off will take 100% of all the gas that's generated at the landfill. Okay, and this is really just a very brief history. The landfill started in 1958, and eventually it was acquired by Brownie Ferris, but then it merged with a company called Allied, which then sold it to Republic. So you'll see that. But around 2010, after the merger with Republic, you'll see the odors literally just jump up. And what happened was the county, you'll see that big red star, and we're going to be referring back to that because this is actually a very important event. What happened was another regulatory agency, one of the 20 that you saw before, imposed a 9-inch compacted daily soil cover. The federal requirement is 6 inches, but the trick is every day you have to peel that soil back for the very purpose you want the trash to trash contact so the liquids can actually drain down to the bottom of the landfill as required by federal law. And you can see that after that big red star, the odors literally just jumped up. And it seems like a very simplistic, well-meaning measure, especially when nobody really understood the root cause of the odor. Hey, if we put 6 inches on and put 9 inches, which is really 13 to 16 inches discrete, is, hey, we put more dirt, we're going to get less odor. Actually, if you drill down to look at the science and the mitigation measures that we're talking about are all science-based, you can see that the odors literally just jumped up and just made everything worse.
Okay, and Professor Sang, I see also you marked atmospheric river and
Yes.
new cell construction.
So there was an abatement order that I worked on with AQMD in 2015, 2016. So you can see that odor just really dropped down. So we know it worked, and Wade Hunter even said that it worked. But you can see with COVID, it kind of started going up. But in the last 2 years, the 2022 and 2022, 2023, and 2023 to 2024, we had these huge unexpected atmospheric rivers. And we're going to discuss this in a little bit because this is one of the major causes of the odors right now. and it's very different root cause than before. So we have to tailor the mitigation measures to those causes. Next. So there's a huge amount of what we call data analysis, data compilation, data analytics that's been done for the last 10 years. And the AQMD and our LEA has been pioneering in this field. So we know the month of the year and the time of the day, the kind of odor that's reported. And as Geraldo stated before, it's seasonal, but you can see that in the wet weather months, the odors are always going to go up. And that's experienced pretty much by all the landfills in this country. Next. So we're gonna talk a little bit about the source and causes of odors, because in order to get really good mitigation measures, we have to understand where the odor is coming from, and not just do a simplistic mitigation measure that actually can make things worse. So as we discussed right now, the AQMD really looks at a few different kinds of odors. They look at trash odors, landfill gas odors, and they look at other, but the category other isn't really used very much if you look at all the complaint logs. But there is another source of odor that's very significant according to our local enforcement agency, and that is leachate odors. Now that's what leachate is the liquids from the decomposition of the trash, and any liquid like rain or something that moves through the trash mass. So it's literally anything that touches trash. Next slide. So on the left, you'll see the idealized landfill gas well. And normally the way these wells are done is that the landfill is actually built up and gets to a certain stage, and you can put a vertical well down. And you can see the bottom of the well doesn't touch the liner at the bottom. This is because the trash mass actually, when it decomposes, it can literally shrink down 25–30% within a few years. So you don't want that landfill well poking a hole on the bottom of the landfill. And that's, you have that safety margin. So on the right, you'll see what we now refer to in this industry and what regulators refer to as legacy damage specific to this landfill. So you see the dark brown lines, the horizontal lines, that's the 9 inches of dirt, which is really 11 to 16 inches of compacted dirt without peel back. The mandate from another agency was you use 9 inches and you leave it there because we don't want the odors coming out. And what happened is it created this impermeable layer, which the liquids cannot go down as required by federal law. So the only way the liquid can drain now is right into the landfill gas well. And then it also saturates the trash mass and filling up all the voids. Next. This is my attempt to show actually what happens and why do we get trash odors and why do we get landfill gas odors, even when the landfill is closed. And so what happens is when the gas now gets generated from the decomposition of the trash, it has no place to go. It literally pressure just builds and builds and builds. And it literally just blows through or creates puffs out the top of the landfill, or if on a side slope, right out the side slope. I'll have it on illustration. And when you say, well, when the landfill is closed, how can you get trash odors? It's because the landfill gas is blowing right through the trash that's been disposed the day before, and it's carrying it out. So this is a very important point. Next slide, please. And so how do we know that this actually happens? And how do we know that this legacy damage is actually the main cause of a huge increase in odors? We took a look at all the wells that were flooded. And if you look at the footprint of the landfill, you can see that I have in yellow, that is like 80% of that working face at that time, where the legacy damage exists, where the 9 inches were not peeled back. And every black dot is a well. And you can see pretty much every well that was flooded was in the 9-inch area. So this was actually used as part of determining the cause of the odors and how we focused the previous abatement order to address this. Okay. Next, it wasn't just looking at the wells. The landfill has an independent third party. They have a team of people that walk 180 miles a month, every month, to measure the surface emissions. So what I have here is the picture that I take every month. And on the lower left is the assigned grid by AQMD. And what I did was put for every month, and we shared those with AQMD, every month, the extent of the emissions on that grid for that month. And you can see the dark orange is really the area of the legacy damage. And you can see that the amount of gas is always going to be higher in those areas. So that's what we refer to as legacy damage. You'll see in the light yellow, which is the area right next to the 9 inches of the damaged area, the gas pressure is so high, it actually goes towards the areas that doesn't even have that 9 inches. And that's why the areas, the grids surrounding that area is also so high. Next slide. Okay, I'm going to show 2 slides, and I'm going to flip between back and forth. What I want you to take a look is the time on top, right? It's 2:52. The next picture, and look at the top, it's 30 seconds later. So what we did to prove the concept that there's actually landfill gas coming out in puffs and taking with it trash odors is we put a 20-foot by 20-foot piece of plastic. And yeah, if you can look at the plastic, you see that little, that's very heavy 10 mil plastic weighed down by 340-pound sandbags, of which I carried a lot of those. And now I got tired. So we actually poked a hole in this, and we measured about 55 to 60% methane. So we know this was actually used as evidence in the previous abatement order that in order to tailor the abatement order, we have to address this issue. Okay. Next. And remember the impermeable layers, if the liquids can't drain down, it's going to come out the side. And this is just pictures that we have a lot of these actually, pictures of the liquids not draining down as required by federal law. It's actually draining out the sides of the landfill because it can't go down because of that impermeable layer. And this smell, to me, is actually the worst. It's worse, way worse than landfill gas and way worse than the trash odors. Okay, next. So I tried to illustrate this concept. So, and you can see the dark brown is really the impermeable layers created by the 9 inches. And so, so the liquids get perched or literally just sit on top of that layer, has a very hard time migrating through. It just takes a long time. But the easiest way out is literally to just go out the side. So that's why you see what we call leachate seeps coming out the side. And at the bottom near the liner, and this is important because this is one of the causes of the current odors, you'll see pools of liquid, leachate coming out the bottom, okay? And you'll see the landfill gas blowing out the side and out the top, carrying it with trash odors. Okay, now we're going to look at how did we address the odors in the past and what we're doing now and how much is increased. So in order to really understand what's the most effective measures, there's a lot of factors we look at. Depends on what was previously buried there, how is it new trash, old trash, what existing cover, how can we do to improve the cover, the level of decomposition, the type of cover. These are just some of the lists. But the whole goal is really to pinpoint that root cause and not pick a simplistic mitigation measure that actually creates lots of unintended consequences. And that's actually what happened last time. Next slide. And in order to put this list of abatement order mitigation measures together, I actually had a lot of help, actually internationally. I worked with NASA scientists, industry scientists, academics, industry professionals. And within the last 2 years, there was a lot of research on the causes of odors and how best to deal with it. And actually, to my surprise, much of the literature quoted the measures that we put in 2016 and 2017 at Sunshine. So I was actually glad to see that. And even as recent as October 2024, you see, I have that bullet EPA white papers. EPA put out 10 white papers about what's the best measures to contain methane and odors. So everything that they suggested is literally put into this abatement order. And I'm going to reiterate what I think Wade said, and this is the way I've operated in creating the local enforcement agency. A regulatory standard, if it doesn't work, it's not good enough. If it's industry standard, if it doesn't work, that's not good enough for us. If it's way beyond industry standard or practices, it doesn't matter. What matters is the performance, and that's how this abatement order was put together. So I have there in the green box below the summary of what EPA and what all the industry association research says to do. It says use non-removable alternative daily cover, and we'll get into that. That means if you have a cover to cover the trash that you just buried, you don't remove it, you just leave it in place to contain the odors. And then you use compost and mulch and all these other things in combination with odor neutralizers. And I've actually gone one step beyond that to use microbiology-based technologies that's actually been used on landfills and in many industries. So in summary, I'm going to cover some of these basic measures. Number one, improve the landfill gas collection system. That is the number one thing that has to be done, always. And I have to look at this in the new areas and in the areas that was previously damaged by the legacy practice. What's the best use of alternative daily cover to ensure that liquids drain down and gas can move freely to the landfill gas collection wells? And then one of the most important things is to look at the intermediate cover. Intermediate daily cover is cover I put on every day. And you can leave it literally there for 6 months. If you're not going to put trash, you're going to require to put intermediate cover. That's a little bit more strict. But what we put into the abatement order is way stricter than the statutory thickness for the intermediate cover. So it's not just looking at a minimum, but we're looking at all the different ways we can enhance it. Like you saw with the Pagicel, the spray. You saw with the closure turf, which is literally sealing the worst part of the landfill that was damaged by the practice of the 9-inch. And one of the really unique things that actually worked the best, which is so counterintuitive, is to actually put more trash in the landfill, to use that as a buffer to absorb the odor and the leachate coming out of the side slopes of the landfill. This is so counterintuitive, but it actually worked the best. And what really, how we know it was worked, is we had independent collaboration from NASA, who was literally flying over. This is Sunshine has the most flown over landfill. I actually worked for NASA before. And they gave us the images and then showed that practice of actually filling it up and improving the landfill gas worked so well that it's actually used now by NASA as the international case study on how to run a landfill. Next picture. So this is what alternative daily cover looks like. So instead of putting soil on, which is not the recommended industry practice now, is to put a very thin piece of plastic. That's 1.7 mils of a degradable plastic that's put on at the end of the day, along with some ballast. Next picture. And you'll see that this is the next morning, at about 6 in the morning, you'll see the plastic is still intact, and you see the strips of dirt. That's the ballast that's also laid down. There's no perforation, so the LEA staff who was there, every operating hour of the day that the landfill operates, we do check to see that there's no holes and that stays in place. And you see the next day's trash on the left actually being put on top of it. And then when we drive the dozer or the compactor, and of course they go through many, many times, but I wanted to make sure that this plastic didn't inadvertently create an impermeable layer because it's plastic. Is that you drive over it once, I had them back off, and I literally personally went in and dug it out to make sure that that plastic was destroyed so that you get the trash interface to have the drainage to the bottom. Next slide. And this is just a picture of applying the posi-shell. This is that cementatious spray, that's cement, bentonite, which is a kind of clay, and fiber to give us some tensile strength. And like I said, this is now about $20,000 an acre. But you have to understand when you look at this, the way we put together the mitigation measures, it's just not one single fix. Oops, can you go back? I'm sorry. So what this does, it prevents erosion from the rain. But what it also does is it literally seals the surface, creates a crust, so you can apply a vacuum increase the vacuum from the gas wells, so you can collect more gas. So the way that mitigation measures in the abatement order are designed is designed to complement each other. So it's 1 + 1 isn't 2, it's 3. So the way we looked at this is we have a whole bunch of things all working together. And this is just one example of a measure. Next slide. So this is 8 acres of posi-shell that was put in, I think, in end of October in preparation for the wet weather. It actually rained, so we were checking to see how it held up. And of course, you were able to get some erosion control, preventing the landfill from being eroded, and then also being able to extract more gas in this area when the vacuum is applied. Next, there's a lot of other things going on the working face. In the past, there's a missing system. You can see there's portable, and they added an odor neutralizer so they can spray the trash as it's and the surrounding areas to the working face. Next. In this abatement order, what we've done is I noticed that the spray is just water. It's very thin. So we required the use of a foaming agent to literally make the odor neutralizer like a firefighting foam. So there's actually a crust on top of the working face. And it's not just applying it. In the order, it's applying constantly. And it's not just applying a foaming agent with odor neutralizer, but I'm actually ordering the application of proven microbiology-based technologies. Okay. And then of course, in looking at the fluid dynamics of how odor flows around the landfill, Republic has been asked to place water misters with odor neutralizer along the pathways. Okay, next. And remember the thing that I talked about, the closure turf? This is the thing that costs about $1 million an acre right now to put in. And what it is that they have put in 30 acres of this material in the past. And this sloped area is one of the worst areas of the landfill in terms of surface emissions caused by the legacy damage caused by the 9 inches of dirt. So almost anything we did, there was still gases coming out. So the only way we could do this was to literally ask them to put a final closure, like the landfill just finally closing, to put this on. And this is the first international application that was done. So really, like I said before, I'm not really looking at established standards or industry standards or regulatory standards. I'm basing the abatement order on what it actually takes in terms of actual performance. And see what you see here is on the left side, that little triangle is the thick piece of plastic that actually sits on top of the trash. I mean, on top of the dirt that's on top of the trash. That's intermediate cover. But underneath that piece of plastic is a flat pipe that collects any gas that will come up through the landfill surface. The green is artificial turf. Some people call it astroturf. That is put on for visual thing, but also very critically, if you have a sheet of plastic and it rains, you're going to have sheet flow. And that's one of the unintended consequences. So we have to have that artificial grass to literally slow the flow down so we don't overcome the flood control system for the whole landfill. So there's a lot, that's why I said there's so many different factors in how we select the mitigation measures. And this is a picture of before they put the artificial turf on. That's a 30 acres seam welded together. At that time, 2017, this was, like I said, around $500,000 an acre, according to the manufacturer. Okay. When this was put in, remember I said, this is a temporary measure.
And this shows the landfill gas collection wells, correct?
Yes, that's also because we're sealing the surface. We have the landfill gas wells to extract the gas. It's 12, did you know?
I think after a few more slides, it'll be a good time for a break, but I want to get through a few more. If that's all right with the chair.
Yeah, unfortunately, there's a matter that has to be tended to, so we will indeed recess at noon and return at 1 p.m. We're off the record.
I would,
Are we back on the record? Back on the record at 1:04. I don't know why I'm so in love with the 10 o'clock hour. 1:04 PM. Ms. Sue, we'll continue with your witness.
thank you, Professor. And now we have the slide mitigation measures evaluation. If you could please proceed with your testimony.
So on this picture, you can see the closure turf being installed, and the white part kind of in the mid-level, that's the cementitious spray. And on top, there's a lot of compacted dirt. And you see those 3 red dots. So one of the things we try to do is for every mitigation measure that we implemented in the past and going to be in the future, we want to be able to have an evaluation protocol. So we try to locate the areas that most susceptible to failure are where the landfill gas and the trash odors would come out. So you still see those 3 areas. Next slide. And remember that slide out, the puffing? So our local enforcement agency actually went to these areas and installed the same visqueen, a piece of plastic, and weighed it down. And we measured it for 2 weeks because our local enforcement agency is literally there every operating hour. And in 2 weeks, there was absolutely no puffing at all. So we know that by really sealing the surface and being able to increase the vacuum, we're actually able to capture pretty much all of the landfill gas that could escape. So this just goes to show that we really have to work on the impermeability of the intermediate cover. So this slide is probably the most important of all, and this has actually been used in international references. So our LEA actually tracks the landfill gas volumes collected every single day, and on the left is really every single month. And from the left-hand side is the beginning date. I just shortened this to the 2019. You can see the odor was going up and up and up, and then all of a sudden, this literally drops. And that was when the abatement order in 2016 went into effect. And we were very specific on focusing on science-based measures, focusing on sealing the surface and improving the landfill gas. But by improving the landfill gas system, we know that it's going to be able to collect more landfill gas, and that means less goes out into the atmosphere. So if you can see the red arrow between the 2 lines, this is the most significant finding is that the amount of landfill gas that was actually being collected before the abatement order and after jumped up by 60%. And that was unheard of in this industry for surface emissions. We were also able to prove that the models that the federal government uses is not actually correct. So we're in the process of correcting the federal models, but this is actually the proof. And this was not just, this was also independently done by the Republic. And this is our, no, go back. This is our local enforcement agency independent thing. But you have to understand that throughout this period, the amount of trash was actually increasing coming in here. So talking about the impact of tonnage on odors, there's very little correlation depending on what the actual cause of the odor is. We're able to show that by changing the way it operates and by improving the landfill gas system and by sealing the surface, this combination of best management practices, the odor can literally drop to almost nothing and still have a lot more trash coming in. The next slide is, of course, the previous slide, like I said, was that local enforcement agency doing the independent analysis. This slide is an actual NASA slide. And what they're measuring here, just look at the red dots and that red line. So throughout the period when the abatement order was being implemented, where we're actually covering up the surface of the landfill, making it more impermeable. But even more importantly, we were actually putting in more trash and sealing up the side slopes so it actually has a buffer. NASA independently had a plane dedicated to measure methane at different facilities around California. And Sunshine Canyon is the most flown over landfill. And what they measured was a 60% drop in surface emissions, totally on their own. And that actually matched the data from Republic and also independently from the local enforcement agency. And NASA was actually able to validate their model by the use of all the ground data that our local enforcement agency collected. Next slide. Okay. So the current abatement order asks for a lot more vertical wells to be implemented because vertical wells can literally wear out or get crushed. So we're asking for more vertical wells, but some of these wells go very, very deep in order to pump the liquids out, especially in the areas where they have legacy damage. Republic is now having to put more than one pump into the wells. So because it's so deep, you have to pump it up to another pump, and that pump will get it to the surface and out. Okay. Next slide. And this is an innovation by Republic. Typically for landfills around the world and in this country, we don't put a vertical well down until the trash builds up to a certain level. Then you put a well down and then you can extend that well up as the landfill goes up. What Republic has done, and this is written into the abatement order, is we don't want to wait till trash builds up to a certain elevation. We want them to build a well from the bottom up. And this has actually been proven to be very, very effective. And this was also collaborated by flyovers by NASA, literally collecting many, many more higher volume of landfill gas than if it was just a plain vertical well. So the picture you see is literally what we call a gabion cube, 18 feet by 18 feet by 12 feet high. It's a cage rocks, and it sits directly on the leachate, the bottom liner. So even if water flows into it, it will not flood because it goes right down to the leachate collection system. Next is as they build the gabion cube, after one lift of trash above the gabion cube, they're already putting in horizontal wells, which is a best manner practice. And you can see the construction on the picture on the left. So this allows landfill gas to be collected way sooner than it typically would be by the use of wells that you would pump top down. Next slide. So this the kind of the blueprint drawing in the background. You see the kind of the orange line. One of the recommendations that was put in originally, and now that this abatement order, we're actually expanding this requirement, is the use of what we call a vapor system. So you saw the mister spraying the water with the odor neutralizer. What this system does is doesn't spray water. It actually converts the odor neutralizer into a vapor phase. So it's literally a gas. And you can see my hand on holding that little rubber glove on the right-hand side to show that there's air pressure coming up. So this creates a curtain. So what this measure does is it actually is put along the pathways, the roadways and the pathways that odor can travel into the community. And this was identified as one of the most effective practices by the Ultra Systems report. and we're actually expanding this requirement. And so this is a picture of the entrance where they've already included the misting with the odor neutralizer installed near the entrance, but this abatement order, and as they build up the front berm of the entrance to the landfill, we're also asking for the vapor stage piping to be put in. Next. But the other thing that was done in the past was to apply an odor neutralizer on the working face on the trash that was being disposed. One of the things that our local enforcement agency noted is that a water spray is actually very thin. So in this abatement order, we're asking that the spray actually be a foam, so it actually forms a crust on the working face. And you can do all kinds of enhancements. It's not just the odor neutralizer, but also, which I will explain later, we're also going to be applying a microbiology-based technology that will actually help reduce the amount of methane, reduce the amount of carrier gas. And so you can see in the lower picture also looking at all the different ways to seal or enhance the intermediate cover, really to increase the impermeability, to utilize what we call biofiltration, using the mass of the landfill and the cover to adsorb and absorb material, the odorous compounds, and actually also enhance that with microbiology. Next slide. This is one of the things our local enforcement agency, and I think the AQMD agrees, that's one of the things that needs to be built as fast as possible. This is literally a physical entrance berm, a huge berm that serves to create a physical barrier at the front of the landfill where the odors flow out into the community. So this thing is probably going to be over 100 feet high, and it's going to be landscaped, have odor neutralizer from a water misting system, and also in a vapor stage. And the landscaping, we're going to be selecting plants that actually are able to cleanse the air with the plants or trees. This is another thing that we're mandating in the abatement order. In the past abatement order, Republic agreed to put in misters and applied odor neutralizer at this transfer station. So we're looking at measures even beyond at the landfill. We're actually looking at processing the trash even before it gets to the landfill. And so if Republic-owned transfer stations, they install these misters, and our local enforcement agency checks on this. We're asking not only to put in the odor neutralizer, but we're also putting in microbiology-based solutions. And the microbiology-based solutions, I will get into detail, but it actually converts this trash into a living biofilter in itself. And that's why the mass, using the trash itself as a absorptive mass, is actually a very effective mitigation measure. Next. So how come the odors from the past went up? It came down from the abatement order. And we know that because of all the rain, the odor started going up. But in the last few months, it was actually really pretty dry. And we did get, next slide. We did get an increase in the odors. You see on the right-hand side, the rainfall, you can see is the dark blue line. But you can see on the right-hand side in recent months, the odors literally jumped up. And the reason for that is it's very well established. If you look to the left, that when you have rain, it's going to cause more odors because the water goes into the landfill, displaces the pores, it accelerates the decomposition. And when you have rain, you have lower barometric pressure, which means that you're actually sucking the odors out of the landfill with the landfill gases under positive pressure, and you don't have a good cover. So what happened is on the right, because, well, why do we have odor? Well, it's because of a couple of reasons. One is there was so much rain in the earlier months, is that it actually literally damaged, I have pictures, it damaged the landfill cover, but it also damaged the landfill cover to the point where there were literally openings in the landfill, and the rain actually went into the landfill mass. And so the mitigation measure actually will address that. Okay. The next slide on the right is really, upper right is really the most important. Is we always expect wet weather in the beginning of the year and towards the end of the year, but nobody expected ever that we would get 3 times the amount of rain and we would have Hurricane Hillary in the middle of August, which it never rains in August. And so this is one of the reasons why we have the damage to the landfill. What kind of damage am I talking about? Next slide. You can see on the left, that was a picture taken right after one of the atmospheric river rain events. It literally just eroded the surface. And there's more than 1.5 feet of solid compacted dirt. But the rainfall, and this happened everywhere, literally just created these fissures. And what that means is you're going to get trash smells because the trash is now exposed. But more importantly, it creates an open pathway so that the landfill gas is taking the path of least resistance and actually coming into the atmosphere, but it's carrying with it the odor of trash, fresh trash or newer trash. So you're going to get a combination of trash odors and landfill gas odors. And long-term damage, and this is why you saw the odors jump up towards the end of the last year when it was actually dry, is that we had so much rain infiltrate through there that actually now is impacting the generation of gas and displacement of the interspatial pores in the landfill mass itself. Republic, one of the most important things is the speed of being able to repair these things, because when after it rains, it's not safe to drive a bulldozer. I mean, you literally flip over. So as soon as they could, you can see on the right, within a few weeks, actually for 1 month here, they would actually completely regrade and recompact and actually make the intermediate cover better. So next slide. So one of the things that were done, realizing this after the 2022 and 23, and then of course, realizing 2023, 2024, is that, you know what? All landfills in Southern California operate as dry weather landfills, which what we said is, well, a landfill really doesn't prepare a wet weather plan till the end of the year to address the expected wet weather. So what was done in 2023 was say, you know what, you better expect much heavier atmospheric rivers and more regularly. That was in 2023. So this shows some of the measures, putting in the sheeting, runoff sheeting, the straw wattles. These are all done to reduce the erosion of the side slopes. Okay. Next slide. In 2024, when we had another atmospheric rain event, so the local enforcement agency, and we agreed with AQMD, is that we're going to treat landfills not as a dry weather landfill like California has always been. We're going to require the landfill to take a wet weather plan and actually enhance it and make that an all year round thing. That's a huge change in landfill operations. So the measures you see in here are just really measures to enhance the side slopes so it doesn't get that erosion. So using everything from erosion control blankets to the way we do grading, these are all proven methodologies to reduce the impact of heavy rain on a landfill slope. And this would also include not just these traditional practices, but also using things like mulch and compost as biofilters or vegetative covers, including hydroseeding. And these are all in addition to all the things that are being done. And like I said before, I want to emphasize, it's not one fix here, one fix there. It's multiple fixes in any one location. We're looking for a cumulative effect. And this is very different from all the things that have been done in the past. Next slide, please. And we have continuing support from NASA. So they actually give us their aerial imagery as soon as they fly over. And we are lucky to be able to have access to that. So on the top is a picture, and on the bottom is that the actual NASA imagery that's actually sent to our local enforcement agency. So you'll see the white on the bottom is really that posi shell, and the dark green, you'll see that's the closure turf. And you see there's a lot of emissions there, and that's because on the picture on top, you can see the tracks from a bulldozer traveling down and actually destroyed the posi shell. That's since been repaired. But what I want you to focus on in this picture, as you see on the bottom, kind of in the middle horizontal, where I labeled new cell development, that's where most of the odors are coming from now.
Excuse me.
Yes.
Professor, I do not mean to be rude and interrupt you. Miss Verdugo Peralta has a medical matter, and so she'll be leaving us at 1:30.
Okay.
I did want to seek concurrence from both sides that you would participate, would want to continue the hearing today, absent her participation.
Do you have an alternative?
Well, no, I'm speaking to the attorney, sir. Go right ahead. Ms. Sue, Mr. Brown.
That is fine with the district.
That's fine with the respondent. Thank you.
Ms. Verdugo Peralta, I'm going to yield time to you for you to depart.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and also, excuse me, Ms. Professor Singh, for interrupting you. You're very well documented and appreciated presentation here. But I just wanted to let the public know that I hear what you're saying. I have 3 asthmatics in my family. And that's one of the main reasons I came to the AQMD originally, because I was complaining just like you have the right to do. And the fact that I've had 2 of them suffer pulmonary failure and had to be taken to the hospital in an ambulance doesn't stop me from speaking up, and I'm glad that you all are here. I appreciate the fact that you've taken time out of your busy schedules to do so. But I did want to make my comments clear because of the fact that this is such an important issue that's before the AQMD. And I didn't want you to think that I'm walking away because I don't care. I care very much, but I'm having hip surgery next week, and my doctor didn't give me any choice at all but today. So with that, I want you to know that not only are the professor's comments very well taken and to heart, as well as the fact that all of your comments, and I will be listening to them also as I leave here, and they're on a recording and we can also listen to them then. But I wanted to also make you aware of the fact that AQMD also does mobile monitoring. And there are mobile monitors all around the Southland that can be moved from one place to another, not just stationary. The fact that also what the professor stated, what matters is performance. I am taking that to heart. I know that my colleagues will as well. And I very much like the idea of the air curtain that you suggested, as well as having a physical berm and also cleaning the air, which has also been talked about, air quality, but with vegetation, and introducing new vegetation into the atmosphere and having a living biofilter. So as well as hydro seeding. So with all of those comments, I just wanted to make my thoughts known before I leave, and if I don't have an opportunity to be part of the deliberations today, so that you know where I stand as well. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Professor, the floor is yours, sir.
Okay, so just to wind up on this illustration, the most important point to keep in mind is the current odors are actually coming from that new cell development area. And what's actually being done is because the closure turf is there, the original intent of the closure turf, because it's not a permanent thing, it was meant to be temporary. So after 7 or 8 years, they would come back and peel that entire thing off and put new trash there as they're building the new cell. And so one of the mitigation measures is to actually not peel it back, but to leave it in place and re-engineer that entire part so that we don't expose the trash underneath. Because that side slope that you see, that dark green, that is probably the worst impacted area from the previous legacy damage. The landfill had to peel back some of the bottom areas because in order to create the cell, they have to join the old minor system that is just under that landfill with the new cell. So that's why you have a lot of odors during those last few months. It's because of the new cell construction. And it would be a lot worse if they had to peel that entire thing back. So one of the things the local enforcement agency suggested is requiring Republic to completely re-engineer this part of it. So we leave that in place to minimize the amount of odors. And one of the probably the most effective mitigation measures is literally to fill that as fast as possible to use the trash mass itself as a buffer. And it's been shown to work in the past, and it should work here. And it was actually independently collaborated by NASA. So next slide. So it's not just one thing here, one thing there. We're actually changing the way landfill wells are being done. So in the areas that are already have some trash filled, as they put in vertical wells as needed, we're asking Republic to create not just the horizontal collectors, but to expand the radius of influence or create a larger surface area for the vacuum. So we're putting these discs or pancakes in as the wells are moved up. Next. And similarly, even for the bottom up wells, we're asking them to try to do this. So it's not just in one place where it already has trash. This is also being applied for the new cells. Next. Another thing, getting into the vegetative layer or actually using nature or itself, we're using mulch, compost, and many other organic things, even a vegetative layer on top of the intermediate cover. This is David Thompson, our LEA director, inspecting the quality of the mulch that's being used as a biofilter. And you see it being spread out and the process being spread out on the right. And mulch and compost have been proven to be very effective to control odors coming through the intermediate cover. But like I said, this isn't just one thing. We're actually going to add microbes to this in addition to the different types of biofilters that's being tried on the intermediate cover. Next. So this is just an illustration of the microbes. So you see in the little red circle, that's the previously disposed trash. So as the trash comes through transfer stations, we're already applying the microbiology. So, and then the microbiology is also being applied through the foam spray during the day. And then the alternative daily cover is put on. And prior to the cover being put on, the microbiology and the odor neutralizer being sprayed. Then to enhance the alternative daily cover, we can actually apply the intermediate cover way ahead of schedule. The statutory requirement is 6 months. So we're actually asking for those areas that we know this before it's 6 months, trash is going to go, before trash will go in, to actually put a much more enhanced intermediate cover. And you see on the top, I have those plants. I've actually been able to locate a microbiology base. It's called phytoremediation. This is actually bacteria designed specifically to, and organic farmers use this all the time, to strengthen the root structure of plants. So the root structure actually absorbs the carrier gas, methane, and actually converts it to a solid. Next slide.
And before we go on, Professor, has the microbiology, is it currently in use at the landfill?
No, this is a thing that we're hoping that if we pass this thing, the abatement order, I would like to get us started next week.
Great, thank you.
Yeah. And this is not some experiment. This has actually been tried in many, many different industries, and the sewage treatment and organic farms and pig farms dealing with pig manure, chicken manure, horse and cow manure. So it's actually been proven. One of the reasons that it really hasn't been utilized in the solid waste industry, particularly at landfills, is because it's very expensive. And like I said before, I didn't consider costs in putting together what would work. It's really the performance space is what I'm actually looking at. So it's for those of you that are interested in chemistry, I just put a few of the basic chemistry equations to show you what's going on. Okay, next slide. Okay, and so we're going to have in the areas where there's new cell being developed, like I said, where we're acquiring the bottom up, not waiting to trash to reach a certain level, but actually putting in the mitigation measures at the bottom before even trash goes in. And you can see many of the microbiology-based stuff on top. And like I just want to emphasize, it's not just one measure here and one measure there. I'm looking for cumulative effects of successively, additively adding complementary best management practices. Next slide, please. And for the areas that has legacy damage where we're flooding, you're still going to get seeps out the side. So we have in the order, daily odor patrol and with backpacks with treatment for treating the leachate seeps. And of course, really enhancing the top cover so that the landfill gas is actually effectively treated by the biofilter or sealing it so we can increase the volume.
Professor,
Yes.
would restricting the hours of operation address the landfill gas escaping and bring fresh trash odors to the community?
No, if you can look at this, this is stuff that's already happening. This is not the trash that's coming in every day. So as the landfill gas pressure builds, it's going to carry the fresh trash odors and it's going to blow right through. It's irrelevant what those 6 to 9 hours are. This happens all the time. And this is why you actually still get trash odors in the evenings. The landfill's not open, but you get trash odors. So restricting hours is not going to help this. This is going to occur no matter what. So the focused root cause, the mitigation measures focused on that is really to look at the absolute causes of the odors and work on that. Okay, next slide. And this is just to explain in the areas where we had the legacy damage, you can see that we really want to use the trash mass itself. And remember, this new trash mass is going to have the microbiology, the odor neutralizer, and we really want to fill it up as fast as possible. If you look at the slide at the bottom left, that's where the new cell is right now, and that's where most of the odor is coming from. It's from the leachate that's coming out, and it's from the gas that's coming out. And as soon as we can fill it up as fast as possible, as quick as possible with as much trash in that new cell, we'll be able to take care of that problem.
Thank you. Professor, before we move on and summarizing, I know there's been some public comment regarding fire debris. If you could use the pictures from this public comment, it's the folder. The last page has pictures regarding fire debris disposal. If you could describe to the hearing board member what is happening. It's the last page. Thank you. You could please explain using the pictures.
Okay.
They have it in front of them.
So one of the things our local enforcement agency did is to look at what's coming to the landfill in terms of fire debris. Sunshine Canyon is not getting very much fire debris. Most of it's going to another landfill. But we wanted to make sure, understand what the practice is. I actually personally took these pictures. So the landfill is only accepting the materials from the Army Corps of Engineers. So for those people that opt out, they're not even allowed to come to the landfill. So the materials that come, every truck has a placard that on the truck, and it's signed off and inspected right before it comes here. And only those trucks are allowed onto the scales and onto the separate disposal area. So that's the process. And the material that come here, it goes through many different phases of checking. Phase 1 at the location, the burn site. Phase 1, a team actually goes through and removes all the hazardous waste that they can find, the household hazardous, whatever. So it could be lithium batteries from power tools, from hearing aids, whatever, propane tanks, computers. And then the government comes in and actually tests the materials to see if there's asbestos. pretty much every house prior to 1985 that was built has asbestos. And so any asbestos that is detected, a whole team comes in and does an abatement to remove all the asbestos. And then only after that will they start the recovery operation. And if during the recovery operation, because they're moving things around, you actually see more hazardous waste that's uncovered. And that is all removed and sent to a hazardous waste site. And then what's happened is the burned material, mostly ashes, and the first 6 inches of soil is scraped off. It's put into a plastic wrap called a burrito wrap in a dump truck. And that's what shows up here at the landfill. So what shows up in the landfill is the burned debris in a burrito wrap with another tarp on top of that. And then some trucks has even another tarp on top of that. So in the first picture on the upper left, it's the removing of the tarp. And the second picture is the burrito wrap being unloaded. And there's a water spray. You can see the water truck. And then a dozer comes in and spreads it. And that is still a water spray. And then the bottom left, you see the truck, and it's absolutely clean when it leaves because it actually leaves the burrito. And then it's being compacted, and the water spray is actually applied and spread during the spreading and the compacting. And the last picture on the bottom right is the soil stockpile that they put on at the end of the day. And I've been like within 5 feet of this, and I don't smell it. And the material is basically looks like a fireplace ash mixed with dirt, and sometimes there's some bricks and other things. But the concrete and the metals are separately taken from the recovery side, and they're recycled. Okay.
Thank you. Now, if we could move on to your comprehensive science-based systems engineering. The slide.
Oh, and
Go ahead.
So just to kind of wrap up my summary, what I've tried to show is that we're putting abatement in the abatement order. We're addressing everything that the transfer stations doing, the trash before it actually comes to the landfill. Republic is also already diverting large quantities of food waste, so it doesn't even come here. And the picture in the top right, you can see the spray being applied to the trucks before it gets to the landfill. And next picture. And once at the landfill, you can see at the entrance, and then you see the foam spray, the second picture, and then the alternative daily cover, and then the horizontal gas collection wells and the misters on the landfill working phase, the vapor stage, and then the second from the right at the bottom row, that's the compostable biofilter, and also the whole berm with all the mitigation measures going that. So what we tried to do with AQMD staff, or our LEA staff, the AQMD staff, and a lot of other agencies and academics and industry specialists, we try to put in measures to affect every part of the landfill design and operations. And so what we're looking for is literally what has never been done before. It's really a combination of complementary, they supplement individual mitigation best management practices, implemented in an additive, successive, and cumulative approach, so they all work together in all parts of the landfill. So the last slide basically is even getting into the importing technologies has worked on landfills and a lot of other places, irrespective of cost, but to make this into a landfill to specifically address the root causes of the odors. And that's really the only way to reduce the odors. And this has been successful in the past, to focus on the root causes and put the mitigation measures that addresses those. So that's literally hopefully a very short briefing of only something like 60-something slides, which was reduced from close to 250 slides.
Thank you, Professor.
Mr. Brown Cross,
No questions. Thank you.
members of the hearing board, Any questions of the distinguished professor? Mr. Balakopoulou.
Just, we'll be able to ask both witnesses questions in order, since we also have the inspector here.
Yes,
And we'll start with the professor.
yeah, so Mr. Balakopoulou.
Good afternoon, Dr. Sack, Professor Sack. Is the doctor, right?
No.
Oh, Professor Sack, okay. All right.
Doctorates in law.
We'll confer an honorary degree on you. As you've been here before. and
Yes.
Presented. A lot of what I see here, what you presented, is not new though. The Gabin cubes, the ADC, all those things have been identified as very effective control measure, best practices, and the landfill has implemented it, and to a large extent, and that showed, as you indicated in the 2017, 2018 slide, the dramatic drop. So these are nothing the conditions, except maybe for, I'll go through each of some of these conditions, the smoke study, which probably has not been done before, and maybe the microbiological adding is somewhat new, but I did see in the ultra system.
Objection, board member, can you please break up your questions? You're speaking and not asking questions.
Okay, yeah. So this is what you provided here is not new, correct?
No, it's new in the way the microbiology is very new, but the way it's additive is very new. It was done piecemeal before, and it worked. This is way more strict because we're putting all these things together.
Right. So the microbiology, I'll concede is new, but the Gabin cube is not new. You already had done that before. The ADC daily cover, removing the 9-inch soil, it was identified as causing problems. That has been discontinued, correct?
Soil was still being used on the weekends. And so now there's ADC on the weekends. So
right.
Yeah.
And that is pending.
That's new.
That's new, but that's already been implemented or pending approval.
No, that only recently got approved by the county. And so that's new.
That's new. Okay. So the rain caused a lot of the issues that, the peak complaints, right? And is it mainly due to erosion, as you indicated?
Yes.
Okay. So I don't see many things here. And I think there was a letter between the attorneys addressing.
Objection, can you please ask questions?
Yes.
I'm getting there. The control measure for the erosions have been implemented, correct?
To a large extent.
To a large extent.
Yes.
So, and that was identified as the main cause for the peak in complaints.
Yes.
So what new proposals are there been proposed here to further mitigate odors?
The most significant is addressing the cause of the odor, root cause of the current odors is the construction of the new cell. And because in the construction of the new cell, you're having to remove some of the closure turf towards the bottom in order to join the bottom liners. So that in and of itself is causing a lot of odors because you're exposing the worst part of the landfill with the legacy damage. And what's also new is very significant is that the original design and the sequencing of the landfill developing the cells is still going to remove that 30 acres of closure turf. And considering how much odor and leachate we're expecting just by peeling back a little bit just to build the bottom liner, we're saying please re-engineer the landfill so that you can leave that entire 30 acres in place and build around that. But while constructing the cell, which is all new, we have to deal with the odor, the landfill gas odor, and it's gas and it's carrying trash odors, and the leachate odor, and the gas is carrying the leachate odors. So and from our standpoint and looking at the operations, the single best mitigation measure is that's at the bottom of the cell. To get rid of that is just to fill that thing up as quick as possible. And we did this actually back in 2017 as another focused mitigation measure to deal with the gas coming out of the side slope. It's being applied differently now because there's no gas coming out of the side slope because we're going to leave that closure turf in place, but we got a lot of gas and leachate coming out, not just seeps, we got leachate coming out at the bottom. So to deal with that, we want to cover that and with mass.
Okay, and that's my point, as you were indicating in your reply, those measures have been applied now.
No, it hasn't.
I think you mentioned the closure turf, you're not going to remove it, you're going to just add on there, correct?
We're going to leave it there.
Leave it there.
Yes.
That's been implemented as you're doing now?
Well, the original plan.
No, I'm
Yeah,
sorry,
yeah.
I mean, that practice, best management practice that had been identified as an issue is been implemented.
Well, that's up to the public. We're asking them to leave it there.
Okay.
The original plan that was approved was actually to remove it.
And this all very good, I think control measures that have been identified. What I'm trying to get at is I don't see too many new things here that is causing, addressing the issue of odor. And if you did you help write this conditions for the odor?
Yes, been working with AQMD for 6 months.
Right. So you're quite familiar with it. So if I were to look at, all these conditions, can you point list of three new ones you think that will be very effective moving forward? Not already in place, not already been implemented.
The biofilters is new.
Which one?
Biofilters.
Biofilter. But I've seen in the Ultra System report about biofiltering, hydroseeding, and using concrete. So it's nothing.
Objection, you're not answering questions, board member.
Yeah.
You're testifying and you're being argumentative.
Yeah, and Mr. Butler-Kaplan, I would really caution you to really ask the gentleman questions
Okay,
as
so,
opposed to statements.
Can you list the three things that are considered new and is going to be, in your opinion, very effective in controlling odors?
The cumulative application of different types of biofilters. And then on top of that, the addition of the microbiology. And there's two parts. There's the methanotropes, which is the bacteria designed specifically to degrade odors. That's one. And then the second part of that is the bacteria that's specifically designed to reduce the amount of carrier gas. And then the third part of that, which is the phytoremediative bacteria, which really enhances the root structure of any vegetation and actually makes the plant oxidize methane and odorous compounds. So those are new, and the way it's being cumulatively added on, that's completely new, and so.
And those are the ones that is
Yes.
proposed to be pilot projects. So
They're not pilot projects. We're just gonna go full scale.
Go full scale.
Yeah.
Okay. And but how are you going to monitor the effectiveness of those measures?
Well, one of the things that we're going to be doing after this thing passes is our LEA is going to work with the AQMD, and then I have a whole outside technical team that's going to develop the evaluation protocols and how we're going to monitor and evaluate the success. I mean, this is exactly what we did the last time in 2016, 17. So that's a process we'll begin as soon as this is approved.
Okay. And I know that probably if it's not in your preview, you can just say no. You heard the public talk about monitoring around the perimeter and doing additional monitoring. Is that something you can address, or it's beyond you?
That's beyond my thing, and I think that's for AQMD to address.
Sure. Okay.
Yeah.
No, that's fine.
I like to.
Mr. Butler-Kaplan, you finished?
No, go ahead, finish.
I'm sorry.
You didn't ask your question.
He didn't ask a question, so.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So I thought he wanted to finish his response. Just give me a second here. The data that has been collected by JPL and Carbon Mapper and so forth, is that something you receive every week, every 9 days, or how often do you get this updated data?
It's whenever they fly over, and I've requested many flyovers. The thing is, the original images came from a plane. In August of last year, they actually put up a fully dedicated satellite that's literally going around the globe and tracking landfills literally internationally. And within 5 years, we're looking at somewhere between 18 to 50 satellites permanently put up, and I'll be able to access the images from my computer.
And is that something, if there's a website that is created for
Yes.
informing, that can be uploaded to that
That's,
website?
yes, it's already been created and it's publicly accessible. All you have to do is go to the Carbon Mapper website and push data, and you can pick any landfill in the world, literally, that they've flown over.
But you can create a link to that if it's so.
Yes.
Okay. Now here, let me go to condition number 6, if I may. Of the order. Okay, so it talks about the leachate seep.
Yes.
And in your presentation, you indicated that leachate sheep is coming from the previous 9-inch. So when you see, so if it's discovered, what the steps they're doing are to what will they do when they find the seeps?
Well, they have to remediate it because the leachate itself is actually probably the worst smell. So what we're requiring them to do is to do daily patrols that specifically look for the seeps. And once it's discovered, then of course they have to check it as soon as they remediate it. But there's many different ways to remediate it. And one of the things we want is not just to cover it up, but also to apply the odor neutralizer and the microbiology.
Now, looking at that 6C1, if in the event of 2 weeks show no exposed leachate, seepage or pooling, then they may reduce the inspection to 1 daily. Now, is it throughout the landfill or in specific areas, or because I'm assuming they occur at different locations. You cannot predict where the leachate will come, right? So, with this now, they're saying, okay, where will they? What's the criteria for them to stop?
Well, if they discovered, let's say there's 2 different spots, right? They've discovered in 1 day and they remediate it right away. I still want both of those checked, right? But if one is still showing, then you need to inspect that way more often because that just means it has greater flow, right? So it's really just depends. It's a function of the severity of the seepage.
Do they record the location, the GPS, and so forth in in the seepage?
Yeah, that's one of the supposed duties of the odor patrol is prior to the landfill opening, Republic actually has a team to go through to try to identify the general areas where they're noticing odor and try to identify as a trash odor or landfill gas odor. But one of the things we want additionally implemented is really looking at the leachate odors, because that's a much bigger problem now because of the rains from the last 2 wet seasons. So
The patrol,
focused.
Are they patrol that go to the community and patrol on the landfill, or are you talking just the landfill patrol?
That's 2 different patrols. There's an odor patrol that goes to the community. This is a separate patrol on the landfill to look for sources of odors and pinpoint it.
Okay. So in the event they don't find, they will reduce the inspection to 1 daily instead of twice daily?
Yeah, or I mean, I think it keeps seeping after the second visit on the same day. They're going to go back more. That's kind of the requirement.
Now, the wet weather preparation plan, there was already an existing plan in place before?
Yes, but like I said, wet weather plans are typically only addressed, well, for these months, we know it's going to rain a little bit. The new thing that we're doing was saying, no, we expect wet weather all year round. So your wet weather plan has to be in effect all year round, not just the typical wet ones. So it's a very different way to operate a landfill.
And what mainly does it address the wet weather plan? The erosion?
It primarily addresses erosion, but it's also what the LEA has required is not just to address the erosion, but to look at all the side impacts. We never looked at wet weather and how it affects odor. So now part of the wet weather plan, you have to address how to mitigate odors that may be caused by constant year-round wet weather. That's a very, very different way to operate.
And you talk about maybe looking at terrace.
Yeah, it's just different ways of civil grading side slopes to enhance to enhance erosion control. So it's not just terracing; it's using blankets, using hydroseeding, using compost and vegetative layer, and using roots to hold the soil structure together.
Okay, let me switch to, you heard Mr. Hunter talk about the automatic monitoring of the land. Are you familiar with that? Or have you seen it in operation, or are you familiar with that?
Yes, I'm familiar with it.
It's a worthwhile condition that the board could impose, and that the facility look into that.
Well, they can look into it. The issue of talking about instantaneous feedback is when you make adjustments to any landfill gas well, it takes a long time for a well to reach equilibrium. So constantly moving it isn't the best way to operate that. I don't mind it being put on, but I don't know of any landfill that puts it on every single well. It's really on the wells that are problematic.
Right.
Yeah.
And those problematic wells have been sort of identified which cells, which area they are, correct?
Almost all of them are in the area where the legacy damage is.
Okay.
And a lot of those wells have to be replaced. And I think that's within the plans that Republic submitted. I think they're putting in over 100 wells this coming year.
And that is not addressed in this order about the scheduling and the replacement and enhancing the wells. Why is that?
Well, a lot of the wells that schedule really depends on when and the existing wells become ineffective, or when you do the monthly monitoring. If you notice that an area constantly is exceeding the threshold limits in the regulations, then you take that data and you match it up against the well data. And if you know the well's not operating, then you go in, and that's when you know you need to put a new well. So a lot of it's actually just preventative scheduling. And what's really important, it's really the surface emissions data that tells you whether the wells are actually working in that area. I mean, a well may actually have really good readings, but may not be working because it's not drawing from a large enough radius of influence.
Okay, maybe my last question. So when you talk about the LiDAR
yes,
measurement, is that something that is ongoing, or do you know?
Yes, our local enforcement agency actually was able to get an instrument called, it's a laser-based technology to detect methane plumes. It's never as accurate. It's only 100-meter range, but it's never as accurate as using the actually handheld AQMD certified detector. So we're actually using that both. One of the new things that we're going to be looking at as an LEA is actually nighttime monitoring, because you'll notice a lot of the odors are actually coming at night. And it's kind of dangerous, but I want to find out the root cause, because there may be a different place that the odors are coming out at night. So I'm actually getting trained to be able to do night work on a landfill.
And what would you use to measure that?
I'm still going to use a combination LiDAR. I'm going to use a thermal camera plus the handheld certified device.
What about use of drones? Are you using drones at the landfill?
Cannot fly drones at night.
At night, what about daytime? Are they using drones?
You can, I mean, people are already, I think Republic's are already using drones. But one of the things I'm looking at, which is very new, is real-time monitoring using robotics. So NASA actually has a technology that they want implemented, and that's a tracked little tracked robot, and you can program it, and you can run it at night, and it doesn't need somebody. And I get real-time information. So that's actually written into the order.
It's written into
Yes,
the
it's in
order.
here for the increased monitoring.
I missed it. Which one is that?
Oh, do you know where it is? I know it's there. I wrote it. I know it's there. I wrote it.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah,
I figured.
we'll find it.
Okay, no, that's okay if you can find it. I'll look for it. I think I saw where the robo was.
Mhm.
Are there any additional questions?
Well, let's, yeah.
Are there any additional questions?
Yeah,
Yes.
finished, yeah.
Mr. Pearman?
All right, so Professor, on one of our landfills we dealt with, Chiquita, there was what they called elevated temperature event that caused great problems. Has that type of event ever occurred at this landfill?
The specific elevated temperature event that actually happened at Chiquita has not happened at Sunshine, but there has been what we call elevated temperature events, or we call them underground oxidation events. There was a time where we asked Sunshine Canyon to apply a lot of vacuum. And so as a reference point, all landfills are required by law to operate under positive pressure. That means it has to give off gas. It's got to have positive pressure. The whole purpose of that is to prevent the landfill from applying too much vacuum. Then you're literally sucking in oxygen and you're creating an underground fire. So every landfill has experienced what we call the underground oxidation events, fires. Most of them are actually caused by lithium batteries people improperly throw away. But the kind of elevated temperatures that you're talking about, where it's producing excessive landfill gas and I don't know how many millions of gallons of liquids and ever expanding, that's never happened at Sunshine.
Okay.
Okay.
And you heard some of the comments in earlier testimony concerned about the health issues, et cetera. Can you say why in the order and conditions that you helped create, there was nothing dealing with health impacts or a health assessment?
That's beyond the purview of our local enforcement agency. And that's really something that should be asked of public health. And I think there's been previous health studies that's been done and monitoring, right? But I think where those studies are actually weak is it provides a bunch of data, but it doesn't tell what the data means. And I think that's one of the things that has to be done.
In your document Exhibit 3 at page 25, it mentioned the EPA white paper series, which you said was part of the research that helped support the findings. Are those white paper series available publicly, do you know?
Absolutely. They're posted on the EPA website, and I did send it to AQMD and all the other regulatory agencies.
Your report at page 39, analysis of landfill gas collection volume rate 2016 to 2019. And you seem to indicate great importance in this improvement in LFG collection volume that happened, around 2017. But the way I looked at it, from that red arrow going to the top and you had the improvement, the complaints still seem to be about the same unabated. So I wasn't sure why you felt that was such a success story.
Well, if you look at the odors, which is the bars at the bottom, you'll notice the odors drop precipitously. And we actually identified the cause of the odors was the lack of efficiency of the landfill gas collection system. And that's not what the original analysis by Republic and or the other regulatory agencies. They just said it's trash and trash smells and cover it with dirt. And that was a very, very simplistic and with huge unintended consequences. And since then, it's actually an international case study model. You don't put soil and leave it there. And what this shows is that by removing that soil actually, well, we couldn't remove the soil that's already in place, but by not using soil as daily cover, but if you do peel it back, but then the primary thing is if you can improve the landfill gas system, you really can reduce the odors associated with the landfill gas, which is what that was in 2017. That's not the main cause of the odors now. The main cause of the odors now is the construction of the new cell and the having to peel back that closure turf with the leachate coming out and with the gas coming out from the legacy damage area. So the focus of the mitigation measures now is very different. Of course, we're always going to try to improve the landfill gas collection system, but we have to deal with the leachate odors and the gas that's coming out from the construction of the new cell.
Okay. Now, on page 54, you note the wet weather preventing, minimizing slope erosion, schedule implementation for wet weather 2024. So there was a wet weather implementation plan set in place in 2023. Is that?
Every year there is a wet weather plan. The wet weather
I have an understanding, if you can tell me how we know the body that we're related to has some involvement in these decisions. So example, item 9 talks about respondent determining in collaboration with SEL LEA. It doesn't mention NQMD. Item partial closure at 18 plan approved by SCLA, LE, and the Regional Water Control Board, not AQMD. So I'm a little concerned that we're being asked to put our name on an order where you have no involvement in it. So can you address that intent in the order?
So the order is directed at respondent. So respondent shall be working with SCLEA, and our inspector, our enforcement staff will ensure that respondent is cooperating and is implementing.
So it's back live. No, sir. No, no. Sir, no, sit down, sir. Please, thank you. Sit down, sir. You're out of order. Go ahead, Ms. Sue.
Let me, if I can just add on to what Ms. Sue
No,
said.
you're out of order, sir. Relax.
Mr. Pearman, so Sunshine Canyon landfill straddles, which is in the petition, LA County, LA City. LA County, LA City rotate fielding the staff for the SCL LEA. And so there, as Mr. Spang indicated, they are on site every day that the landfill operates. Where AQMD gets involved, like the matter here, is the LEA does not have authority over public nuisance investigations or public nuisance violations. And so that's why we closely work together, because they're there to enforce the conditional use permit, the land use document that the landfill operates under. And so we constantly collaborate together. Our inspectors check in with them when they go on site. And so we view of the conditions that are in the order, we want to ensure that the landfill is ordered to report those things to the LEA, and we will work in collaboration if they're adequate or if they need improvement, and bring that back to the board.
All right, thank you. Nothing further.
Dr. Abraham?
Is there a reason why you didn't recommend any timelines or deadlines in the recommendations that you helped prepare?
Well, the way I envision the abatement order to be carried out is really as soon as possible. So that we actually focus on the root cause, and that we pick the appropriate mitigation measure and really understand any of the unintended consequences that may happen before we do it. And so that's a process that we go through. So for each different measure, a lot of it becomes the availability of equipment. Like drilling wells, there's only so many well drillers. And so, you know, it's kind of like as soon as possible when equipment is available, or as soon as we determine what the So my goal is really as fast as possible, right? And I think in the report, it says within 2 months for a lot of the different measures.
There were several agencies referenced. Is there an interagency communication or meeting, and does that go on a regular basis? Is that written or required?
It's not in here, but there is an interagency group that literally meets every month, and then we regularly actually share all the information. For about 10 years, we have what we call a share info site. So everything that we develop, we upload to this link on the internet. We share this with AQMD. We share this with Public Health, Public Works, and also with Republic. So that's an ongoing thing. I personally
County?
County Public Health.
Okay.
And County Public Works.
Got it.
Dr. Abraham, just one quick question, just as a catalytic statement, and I'd like to build upon. You're referencing the Sunshine Canyon Interagency Working Group. Is that the working group you're referencing?
Yes. There's other meetings that are done with elected officials and stuff, but that is the main one. There's an interagency group.
Okay. Go ahead, Dr. Abraham.
Yeah, let me see here. And
Plus, I've had peer review basically internationally too.
And just again, remind me, why would something like the fence line monitoring not be helpful for the types of analysis and recommendations you were making?
Like I said before, this is really within the purview of public health and AQMD. But for me personally, I can't speak for the
In order to make decisions, I wonder why that wouldn't be addressed.
Mr. Chair, I don't want to interrupt, but I do have some information on that topic. I'm happy to share it with the board whenever you're ready.
Okay, do you mind? Go right ahead.
So there is a technical advisory committee which is involved. It's between the County of LA and the City of LA, because as you probably know, the landfill is divided by the city-county line. The technical advisory committee has a annual they have a fence line, they do fence line monitoring at the an enhanced scope of work. Excuse me. The enhanced scope of work is going to add a third monitoring station on the side of the landfill away from the community. So it'll be, you know, depending on the direction of the wind, upwind and downwind, if you will. So there'll be three monitoring locations, the side of the landfill away from the community, the ridge line, and the Van Gogh School. And in addition to PM10 and black carbon, they're going to be monitoring for VOCs, volatile organic compounds, which are the odorous compounds and other potentially toxic emissions type compounds that could, in theory, be in landfill gas. And that's, I think, the VOCs in particular, the kind of data that one would use to do a health study. This year. But that's being handled not by the Air District, but by the Technical Advisory Committee for the city and county. But they're part of this interagency task force that Professor Singh just mentioned. So just wanted to give you that update.
Dr. Abraham?
I've just add, Dr. Abraham, the AQMD provides guidance on the protocols and the siting for those air monitoring stations.
So just kind of want to bring up that question again about the health risk assessment. Is that something, why would it not make sense to demand that be done at this time, or at least start putting that into the work plan?
Typically based upon our toxic rules and trigger and the district rule requirements for health risk or early risk reduction plans. If that were to arise, we would obviously require that. This facility is a Title V facility, and so they are subject to all those requirements federally, in addition to the district rules to monitor and track their emission levels.
Got it. Has LEA or AQMD had any sort of public-facing forum, town hall communication? Because you did deliver a lot of information today that I don't feel has effectively, clearly to the public. A lot of these strategies may be helping, but opportunity, or have y'all take you to educate or inform the public these strategies?
Yeah, there is community advisory committee every 2 months. And Wade Hunter is the chair. And so that's a forum where all the regulatory do presentations. So this last one, they presented on the fire debris. So I presented information on those. And in addition to that, our local enforcement agency has a pretty open policy that any community member can request, the formal briefing. And I've done actually even the homes of the community members. Everything from why do we use alternative daily cover So they consolidated a lot of the things. So pretty much they developed evaluation, a lot of assistance on. And I want those to independently monitored and independently evaluated. And I spoke to the NASA Research Center at CSUN, and they're willing to help me with that. So a lot of help in the future.
Okay. Last question, for the workers, are they being monitored in any way, or do they wear any sort of monitoring devices? Have we seen any increase in health-related, or occupation-related, health reports or clinic visits, increased occupational clinic visits, anything of that sort?
That I do not know.
Okay.
I have a follow-up question. Oh, you done, right?
Okay, then after this question, we're going to bring the inspector back.
But, Mr. Singh, the waste, the fire waste, they've been segregated.
Yes.
But why was water spray been used as a foam?
Wait, say that again?
Water misting. It'll fall over the debris.
For the fire debris?
Yeah.
No, it just looks like that because it's a water truck and it's spraying out. It's just coming out in such a volume. It looks like it's foam. It's actually a water spray.
It's just like why foam spray?
Because the water is one as much wetting as possible, and that's why you use water, foam, or to create a crust. That for the fresh threshold, it's a little bit different.
And no issue with runoff when you putting some
No.
water, or is the runoff being collected somewhere?
Well, when you apply water, right, if it's in the landfill, it eventually drains down to the leachate collection, right? So if it runs off, the landfill is graded in such a way there's actually given pathways of where the runoff goes, and that's part of the wet weather plan. They have to show the drainage of any water that falls on the landfill.
Okay. One other question, there was and I realized that a lot of this for SCLEA, but you had condition number 16, pilot project to enhance landfill gas collection for access to 3 different locations of the facility.
Last page. Oh, okay. Oh, sorry. And the reason that I want to pilot is because you have wells located literally 1 or 2 per acre. If you put them too close or you make the discs too big, you start interfering with the other landfill gas well, and you literally will cancel out the vacuum effect. So I want the maximum radius of influence without negatively impact the overall. That's part of the pilot. We're progressively make these bigger until it has a negative effect, right? And that's of course specific for each location.
And that eventually lead to better collection.
Oh yeah. So the whole theory, what's the name of theory, is actually is increase the larger surface area to more effectively collect landfill gas.
And the cell sequencing plan that's also approved by the LEA?
The cell sequencing is normally approved by Regional Water Quality Control Board.
Okay.
Why it's here is because I wanted using as much disposal as possible as the buffer, like I talked about in the new cell area. I want that area filled up, and as soon as we can fill that up, and we did this before in Bow area, where they had a legacy damage. We literally put 2.5 to 3 million tons of trash leachates.
Famous point, which is what I had, looks like a lot of these conditions are for SCLEA, requirement, and then maybe potential benefit for air quality or improvement. Is that what it is?
Yes, like I said, it's one thing. It's not just designed for controlling odors. Like if I put a better intermediate cover on, or I put hydroseed on, right? It seals the surface, it absorbs the gas, and the erosion control. So these measures have multiple beneficial effects. And that's why I kind of summarized that this is really kind of a additive, cumulative abatement order with many things focused and with many benefits.
Okay, thanks.
Okay.
Appreciate it.
All right, Ms. Sue, we're going to call the distinguished inspector back.
Thank you, Professor.
Thank you, Professor. You did a
You're welcome.
phenomenal job, and I never would have known that English is your 3rd language. And tell your son he's wrong. Professor, tell your son he's wrong. Tell your son he's wrong. You said your son.
I tried to get my son and my daughter to be in the trash industry. My son decided to be a quantum physicist and engineering major, double teaches. And my daughter goes, hell no, I'm going to be a doctor. So she's a doctor and she teaches medicine too.
Bravo, bravo. Thank you, sir. All right, Mr. Inspector, you're on the hot seat.
Hello.
All right.
May I ask a quick question?
Go right ahead, Ms. Sue.
Mr. Vergara, earlier when you testified, were you under oath?
Yes, I was.
And have you reviewed the conditions in this abatement order?
Yes, I have.
And do you believe that the conditions would assist in reducing the odors impacting the community?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Mr. Braun?
No questions, thank you.
Mr. Balakapalan, floor is yours.
Thank you. Mr. Vaccaro, I think some of these complaints you said you have received from the school, right? When we look at Exhibit 2, is there, how can we identify which of this is a school? Is the Van Gogh Street, is that where the school is, or? I just want to know how many of this are due to complaints from the principal of the school or from the teachers or whatever from the school.
Based on this exhibit, it will not dictate whether or not it is a school complaint. We do keep the address private.
Even the school?
Even the school. We do get some various complaints from Van Gogh Street, as you mentioned.
Yeah, right.
So based on just this exhibit alone, there is no distinguishment between whether it's a school on that street or a complainant on that street.
Okay. But you know from the raw data how many complaints came from school, right?
Yes, I do.
And do you have on the top of your head roughly how many do you get from a school in a year, or?
I don't have an exact number at the moment.
That's
No.
fine. Right. All right, thank you. No, I have no further questions.
Any additional questions from members of the governing board? Hearing board. I'll wear another hat as a governing board member somewhere else. All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, are there any individuals online desirous of providing any evidentiary testimony? Okay, we're gonna take those two folks. We're gonna ask those folks if they've been provided the oath. Speaker? Our testifier? Can you unmute yourself? Are they unable to log on? Okay, we're gonna go ahead and move to closing. Oh, yeah. Did you speak earlier, ma'am?
Okay, yes, I did. I've been waiting to do this. I did take the oath and I do have testimony I want to say.
Absolutely. Go right ahead, my friend. Why don't you
Okay.
state your name for the record?
Okay, Patty Glick, Glueck. And thank you very much. I want to point out that I served on the LA County's Community Advisory Group for the Aliso Canyon Health Study. And when that disaster first started, the public was told by various agencies, including Public Health and the AQMD, that there won't be any short or long-term health effects. And that turned out not to be true. The health study finally started 2 years ago, and already there's been disturbing findings released by the UCLA researchers. And I know that from the CAG surveys and interactions with residents directly, that cancer diagnoses have risen like crazy. And we know that there's been a chemical reaction that we talked about at Chiquita, which has led to its permanent closure. We just don't know what's being emitted besides methane from Sunshine Canyon. And is it harmful chemicals that aren't being monitored by an independent company? Are there people already exposed to carcinogens? And so this order needs to do more than just finding Browning Ferris and doing a few mitigations. And just remember that back in 2016, the Aliso Canyon abatement order did include a health study. So I don't think it's out of the realm for this to happen with here, because again, this is a health matter, or it could be a health matter. And also to point out to the lawyer for the landfill and other people, A health risk assessment, which is probably what happened in the past, is not a health study. It's just simply a survey. A clinical health study is what is needed, where people are actually examined, not just asked, do you feel sick or nosebleed? Because those are just symptoms. You need to look at what is causing health problems.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments or any examination of the witness?
No, thank you for your testimony.
No questions, thank you.
Yeah, members of the hearing board. All right. Any additional hands? Oh. Gita Blutsky? Gita Belinsky? The floor is yours, and you're the last testifier. Gita, please unmute yourself. Gita, we can't hear you. We're going to give you one more time. All right. Okay, Ms. Sue, closing.
Thank you. I first want to start off by thanking the members of the public for giving comment and giving public testimony. I know it may take up to 2 hours, maybe more, to drive here from the neighborhood near Sunshine Canyon, and people have spoken that they've taken the day off to be here. So I understand how important this is to the community, and we hope to provide some relief soon. As the professor has testified, there are multiple complementary cumulative measures to address the nuisance odor. We've discussed the legacy damage and improving the landfill gas collection system, putting layers over the landfill at specific locations to ensure that the landfill gas remains in the landfill. We've discussed how many of these measures are above industry standard. And as you heard the professor testify, what matters is performance. And that's why we are asking for a status hearing in 6 months. You know, nothing is off the table. We hope that these measures here, which has been proven in the past, will provide relief to the community. And in 6 months, if there's additional measures that we believe are needed, we can ask for it then. And in addition, we always have the ability to come back to the hearing board sooner if these odor nuisances are not abated. We hope that the hearing board votes in favor of the stipulated proposed order. We want relief to the community as soon as possible. Thank you.
Mr. Braun.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the hearing board. Thank you for your time today. We concur with Dr. Singh's or Professor Singh's testimony and the points he made. We're supportive, as I mentioned, of the conditions in the proposed order, and we would urge the board to adopt that order. Thank you.
Deliberation, Mr. Balakapalan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't believe the order as proposed will provide any relief to the public. I mean, it's ongoing. We have seen the spike in odor complaints. Nothing in here, you know, there are some long-term projects that may or may not help in the abatement of the odor, but there's nothing here to identify, you know, what this has been subjected to. I think we heard testimony from a number of members of the public that they want to know, they want some monitoring, they want some health information, they want communication, you know, creating a website, putting information that we had using Chiquita. We had a rover going around for a period of time collecting data, all kinds of chemical data, and that was provided. We had required there. I don't see anything here. This is even worse that, I mean, Chiquita had its own problem with the elevated temperature landfill, but there was, you know, but the number of complaints and NOV is, it's quite quite a leap here, and at the same time, there's nothing in this order. The order does address a lot of good ideas that Sunshine has been implementing, which has resulted in 2017, 2018, the dramatic drop in the both the greenhouse gas and methane. We've seen all the Gabion cell, the ADC, the covers, the peel back, no peel back, don't do the 9-inch fill. There were a number of very good ideas that came from the LEA study that identified measures. And it's more what I see as a continuation of what has already been implemented and done. In fact, in the presentation that of Professor Singh, which is I appreciate that, and as usual, he did a very excellent presentation and provided very good technical information. The optimum strategy for working force odors that was identified in 2023, use of non-removable ADC in conjunction with compost and odor. So it's nothing new. So this is 2025. Potentially in 23 or 24, they have been, it was not very clear, but I do believe Republic of Sunshine is doing some of this, and it still has not caused any drop in the odor complaints. My personal belief is what the cause is the odor and the erosion that occurred, and that opened up a lot of areas that and the gas escaped, and there's a lot of leaching. And they address, I think, in a letter from the attorney for leaching to Ms. Lee, they address and saying they've addressed all those issues in 2020 that happened in the problems with the leaching in 2023, 24. And yet here we are, it's still having so many complaints coming in. So this order, a lot of the condition here is for the benefit, not for the benefit. I think it's what LEA wants, and it's great. And I think the secondary benefit, it will help in collecting the gas and reduce the odors, but we don't know if that's going to occur or not. We need to put some conditions specifically for, I think as the Air Quality Agency and the complaints and the comments we heard, that we, at the minimum, at least we should have air monitoring, additional air monitoring. There should be more health risk assessment based on the data collected from the, I'm not talking about the public health study because that's another agency which, can conduct that, but at least from the data collected from the air monitoring, health risk assessment pursuant to the procedures that AQMD has following OHIA protocol can be conducted. We require that of Chiquita. We require them to do additional monitoring, more sampling. None of that is here. And the level of, so this is, in my, I think these all are very great conditions and should be implemented, but it's not going to do anything to help elevate the problem the community is facing, now or tomorrow or a week from now. We don't, 6 or 10 months from now, maybe they may be from the vegetation, but that's more, it's iffy. I think the things that have been identified has been done by the Republic and by Sunshine, so I cannot support this order as is, while I think there's some very good elements in there, but I cannot be supportive of this order. And to Mr. Sanchez's point about health risks, because they are not identified as a AB 2588 facility, it's maybe the chicken or the egg. You get the more data, you could do the health risk assessment, and if it shows the health risk, then it triggers the 25 and risk reduction. So without that comprehensive data, you cannot do it. So just because it hasn't got triggered, because we didn't ask them to do the monitoring, it doesn't mean they're not AB 2588 facility. So it's, the chicken or the egg kind of thing. I think we need to get the data, and if the data doesn't support the numbers, then yes, we okay. At least we know what they're exposed to, so that, I'll leave it at that.
Mr. Pearman.
Yeah, I would support the proposed order. I think a number of the points that were just raised have some merit, but this is a pretty complicated series of requirements, many of them kind of new to the board. And I think us to just inject a couple of one-off ideas into it would just muddy the waters and make it more complicated. These things were put together in a way to work together and collectively, so I think we should give it a chance. I would propose just 2 items. The district doesn't like to be ordered in these cases, but I would request that at the next status hearing, they would provide any health effect studies or assessments regarding the landfill that have been performed within 2 years before the next hearing, and that the district at that time explain whether they recommend or not any additional health effect studies or assessments. And then secondly, they've asked for hearing in 6 months. I would like to move it up a bit and have that set sometime the first week of September, which would be more like 5 months and a week. That's it.
Mr. Dr. Abraham.
Yeah. Okay, I appreciate those comments from my fellow board members. Can I ask Mohan a question?
Absolutely.
Mohan, quick question. So why not support this and make some modifications to some of the points you described? Why reject it altogether if there are stipulated conditions that make sense today?
Well, I don't want to on the off the fly, come up with those conditions because there were a lot of good conditions
Okay.
in Sunshine. I mean, Chiquita that I think should be looked at, incorporated, and I think it should be the district, that should be doing that and providing it to us, and then we agree or disagree, but I don't want to, I can come up with it, but, just like, Mr. Payman pointed out, just coming up with it just on the fly might not be appropriate, so I'd rather have the have not support this order, have the district come back with a revised, more robust health protective order, which looks at the collecting and monitoring data. Even their slide shows there's hundreds of toxic contaminants have been emitted from the landfill gas. And slide number, if you look at, I put a tab, it's number 25, 100 plus compounds contributes to landfill odors. We don't know, except for methane and some, there's some monitoring going on. I think there's a semi-annual collection of data that Masud mentioned that goes in the annual report. I've looked at it in the ultra system report. It's sort of buried, but there is some data, but it's very unclear where the location is or what, but there is collection of benzene and toluene, which shows high number, elevated levels. And if I may also add, this report, they refer to the ultra system report, which has all the appendix and a lot of the studies that they looked at were done in the past, which is okay because those studies were utilized to come up with implementation orders that improve the landfill operation. So you looking back was very helpful. But I think it would have helped, as I say, the new members on the board in understanding the process of the landfill. They had identified where the location of each of this and what are the activities that have occurred at the transfer station, working phase, gas collection. What is the current best management practice? Where is the projected or proposed best management practice, and then ongoing studies. If it was properly laid out, I had a very tough time going back through the Ultra project report and looking at it, trying to piecemeal everything together. So
Why not ask for that table now, though, in this?
No, it's not. No.
Yeah,
So
okay.
that's why I have a
Mr.
hard
Chair,
time. This order, when I read it, I was getting
Sure.
where's the meat in here in
Got it.
looking at addressing the air quality issues?
Just to clarify, Mr. Pearman, you're proposing one additional condition, was it? Is that?
Yeah, one additional request to the district, correct.
Well, he's
There's
not,
2 points to it.
it's not a condition, it's a request.
Oh, okay.
All right. And so and I would add my request, not a condition, a request. There are a host of individuals, host of agencies responsible for the regulation of Sunshine Canyon landfill. And the professor did a phenomenal job detailing this information. It'd be nice to have declarations in 5.5 to 6 months from these various agencies detailing what they've done, not testimony, in writing, what they've done with respect to the management of hazardous waste, water quality, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, so that there's documentation we can collect, we can review, and if we want to have them to testify at a subsequent hearing, we can then do so. But I'd like to associate myself with Mr. Pearman's perspective. This is a very complicated matter. And I would be remiss if I'd simply toss out the entire document and simply said, go back to the drawing board. Well, what about the mitigation strategies as detailed within elements of the report? And so I wouldn't feel comfortable simply stating all the work that they put into this, and then all of a sudden I vote no, and what happens next, right? The objective is to find ways in which to mitigate the issues that are before us. And so if you don't have any examples to proffer or ways in which to enhance the order, then what do you do? The reality is that it's not just AQMD. And when I heard the individual provide public commentary as well as testimony, evidentiary testimony about cancer and someone being sick and children being sick, those are other agencies. We'd love to hear from them, detail what strategies they're doing, right? So again, I rarely talk my vote before the vote. But in this instance, there's no way with clear conscience I can simply say, I'm going to vote against this agreement and we'll figure it out tomorrow. But then you have thousands of other people looking for mitigation strategies. Perhaps let's give this an opportunity to work. We'll come back and we'll make an assessment, and then we'll go from there. So at this moment in time, I'd like to lay a motion on the table. And just for the record, the stipulated orders, exhibit number 4, because I had it written down as 5. In the matter of Browning Ferris Industries of California, Inc., a California corporation, DBA Sunshine Canyon Landfill Facility ID number 49111, case number 3448-18, I move that we find good cause to grant an order of abatement as set forth in the proposed findings and decisions, exhibit number 4. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Perman. Any further question or discussion on the motion?
Can I just make a quick comment?
Right here, sir.
So I appreciate what you had mentioned about the we're going to make these requests of AQMD. So I didn't get a chance to add these requests. Then I do want us to see maybe a project management chart or a Gantt chart of these items. And it'd be nice to see historically a timeline, and then moving forward, what are some of the deadlines? And then I would echo what Mr. Pearman mentioned around one, I agree with Mr. Ali that a declaration from the Department of Public Health about the way they've kind of approached it or viewed this, or if their office, because we've heard in the past from Department of Public Health, but is there a perspective we're missing here, and what would be the approach to get the information we need to better understand these health risks? Would it be a survey, as we've heard? Was it a HRA? Is there some perspective from OEHA or others that would help us better understand the impact to human health?
Mr. Perman?
So one, I'm comfortable, as soon as these requests are made orally, we don't need to put them in the document. And secondly, did you want to try and pick a date for the status hearing, or just leave it up to the clerk to find a mutual date in the early September?
No, we need to pick the day now.
Yeah, after Labor Day, so any day that week, maybe a Wednesday in case people are late coming back. Right, that's Labor Day weekend.
First. So the day after, would be the second.
Tuesday.
Yeah, so why don't we do it on the Wednesday, the 3rd?
Okay.
So what would happen is we make certain that Ms. Sue, you and Mr. Braun, you were going to provide some notes to us from the pre-hearing conference, some joint notes.
We did email that over the weekend to the
Yeah,
clerk.
we never received them. So we never got the notes. So we'll get those notes. But I'd love for you to recap in some form of a memo or something of that sort, detailing the fact that we'll have Department of Toxicology, Department of Public Health, some of the other support.
Timeline, Gantt chart.
Yes, the timeline, the Gantt chart, so we can at least understand the other players and what they're doing with respect to this. It's very difficult because we're focused on air and odors. There are these other departments that we love to also hear from. And perhaps that might be able to help to provide a measure of context to the community as a whole. All right, any other comments from attorneys? Any thoughts of?
Sorry, we haven't taken a vote, did we?
No, no,
You
wait,
had a
no,
motion.
no, they were, I was just making sure that we were all on one accord.
I just wanted to say, we understand the requests and the concerns of the hearing board members, but we don't have control over the other agencies. So I just want to put that out there in case we are not able to provide a declaration from these agencies because we do not have control over them.
So then we'll just subpoena them. Can we? Okay, so we'll just subpoena them to the hearing in September. And they'll come and they'll testify. But I believe it needs to be a little bit broader, so everybody's on one accord here, right? So Mr. Balakapalan, you had something that you wanted to say?
No, I was just going to say you had a motion and there was
Yeah, there's a
second.
motion. We
So
wanted
you want
discussion.
to, are you amending the stipulated order or
No.
you just,
No.
you're not amending it? Okay. Yeah, I wanted to, can I, you already did a motion, so I won't.
Yes,
Yeah, okay. So, no, I'm not going to say anything more.
okay. All right, Mr. Dr. Abraham, you vote?
Aye.
Mr. Balakapalan?
No.
Mr. Pearman?
Aye.
And Ali votes in the affirmative. The matter is hereby approved unanimously.
Thanks.
I'm sorry, hold on. It's approved 3, 1 absent, and 1 no.
Yeah.
All right, we have 1 absent, 1 no, and 3 yeses. All right, so it's approximately 3:24 PM. We're off the record and adjourned. Thank you.